Good morning, everyone. How are you doing this beautiful Sunday morning? It's beautiful where I'm at. Hopefully it is the same where you are. Thank you all for coming out. My name is Dan. This is Tweet FPV. Or I am Tweet FPV. IR lamp? I don't know. Anyways, good morning. How's everybody doing? Thank you for coming out today. Have hopefully a super productive day ahead of me. I have been staring at this pile of Beast class parts on my bench for darn well over a month. I just need to get this thing done and get it off the wall, or get it on the wall, get it in the air, get it off my bench, because there are projects to do that are being held up because of this one. So as you can see over on the bench, we have the center section of this quad. We're going to start putting this together. Last week, I conformal coded the ESCs and also the PDB. Real quick guide on that. Talked about how to use the UV light and all that happy stuff. But I just went ahead and did it kind of off camera because literally you guys be watching paint dry. Well, not literally paint, but you know what I mean. Oh, I love coffee. I love coffee. The world might make life worth living. Oh, man. Hopefully you all got a chance to go out and go fly sometime this week. I, again, did not fly this week just because life has been busy. Started a new position at work. I am literally waking up when I used to go to bed. So my entire work schedule has done a complete 180, and this week was a, oh my God, struggle. So if I've been a little quiet over on Patreon, Discord, on the YouTube comments, I apologize. When I get home, I am at a loss, I am tired, and I just don't want to deal with anybody's Sorry. But next week will be better, I hope. Anyways, I got some really good guys over in Discord, really helping out. I greatly appreciate that so much. But let's face it, I need to take a break. I just need some time. I seriously would look at a message and I'm just like, I can't. I just don't want to. I don't want to right now. But and if you are one of those people, I am sorry. Keep bugging me. I'll get to you. But anywho, over to the chat. Robbie Store, first one in the chat. Thank you so much for coming out today. Head Fog, that's a new name. Thanks for being here. Hopefully you enjoy what you're seeing. Steady Eddie, good morning all. How you doing? Gonna go out and smash all his toys. One Vision Aerial, good morning. Morton Upshot, said something weird. He said apparently Fat Shark is in the news. Anyone hear about it? No, I'm not sure about. Yeah, he said he used to think they were talking about his mom. That's mighty mean thing to say, but if you're saying it, it's probably accurate. Tony Hernandez, good morning to you. House FPV, good morning as well. Borked, good morning. Sco FPV, good morning. Paul, I'm not gonna say good morning to all you guys. Paul McDonald, Free Lojo, says he's on a second cup of coffee, freeing chicken. Mike Bergman, Free Lojo, says he's been up since 4:30. That may not be a bad thing. If you go to bed at 6 in the afternoon, then 4:30 seems about right. No, that's still way too much sleep. I run on about 6 hours. That's my body's equilibrium. Paul McDonald said he's been driving all day. Dan636, what's up, my friend? Borked. So with Fat Shark going with DJI Tech, who will HD0 go with for the goggles? I think the speculation is the HD0 is going to be with SkyZone. Looking at the design of the new VRX, the way the holes are, the way the shell is kind of contoured, it's a very SkyZone-y feel to me. If you looked at the set of like all the SkyZone goggles and then you looked at that VRX, they kind of have that feeling to them, just the shape of it. So I don't know. Who knows? And really, who gives a f? Does it really matter? Just enjoy it if you get it. So, all right, obviously, Fat Shark's in the news. They are coming back swinging hard for the fences, which is exactly what that company needed to do because they were basically dying on the vine. They hadn't done anything innovative in quite a while. HDOs were the last good innovation that they had, stuffing OLEDs into a goggle. Awesome job, guys. And then it was just more Control-C, Control-V, just kicking out iterations with barely any changes. Oh, they put a power button in. Good job, guys. Anywho, so Fat Shark has a new digital system out there that is being built by Walk Snail, Fat Shark, Walk Snail. Does anybody see? I don't know. I see it and I'm like, well, why are the names so similar? If they called it Skinny Snail, it would have been even more on the nose. But then that company is possibly also owned by CADX, which CADX is also registered to as another business for DJ. I don't know. And all of you guys just shouldn't care. Who cares about who owns what and is making what? You're the one that's going to benefit. Pick a system, run with it. You're going to be the beneficiary of it. I will have to say, I strongly disagree with pre-ordering any of this stuff. You're going to dump $500 on a system that doesn't have a release date, that has a ton of bugs in it. Just watching the footage that I saw of it flying around, I mean, even just dropping frames and stuttering, like, yeah, this thing is a long way off. Then there's also Orca, where they have some coder locked in a basement beating him with a whip, like, why don't we have our system? Yeah. There's going to be so much competition out there. The best thing you could do is just take what you got and just hold what you got and just wait. Just wait. See what happens. There's no need to be the first one on the bleeding edge of this stuff because when these things come out, they absolutely suck. HD0 sucked. DJI sucked. Analog sucked. All the other digital systems, was it like Sky Blue and a couple other ones that came out or that have been trying to come out, sucked. Just don't buy into it. Wait. If these companies don't have enough revenue to produce product without taking your money for an interest-free loan, then they shouldn't have your money. They shouldn't have your business, period. Just my opinion, it's just my thought. No. Don't pre-order this stuff. Unless you are chomping at the bit to be the first one to make content, which, if they're not sending them to you, you're not going to be the first one. You'll be like the second ones, you know, like the JBs, the Curry Kitten, or not Curry Kitten, but is it Bardwell, Albert Kim, Oscar Lang. Those guys are going to be the first ones to get this stuff, and they're going to get it because the manufacturers have sent it to them as a promotional tool. You're going to purchase it after that, and then you're going to be behind. So don't worry about it. Just hold what you got. I got a feeling this is going to drive people to just go back to analog. There's so much segmentation in this hobby. That's why ELRS has been such a hit with me, is because I could take all the other garbage. Like I was taking multiple radios, multiple transmitter modules everywhere I went, and now it's just like got rid of everything. I have Express LRS. It does anything from my whoops to the X Class and everything in between. We need that for goggles. Like, I want to take one freaking set of goggles. I don't. King Turkey, I don't give a. But I'm glad you got a good laugh out of it. HD0 said they're going to release pictures of their new goggles this weekend. I'm looking at my non-existent watch, but the weekend's almost up. Still haven't seen them. And I've been watching the view history of that video, and it's going back up again this week. I don't know, it's crazy. So, anywho, the system looked really good. It looks like it's very promising. They're definitely swinging for the fences. They've got, debuting it at Rampage was a brilliant marketing strategy. Really smart on those guys to do that. But I just don't think you should be pre-ordering it. Especially since it's not actually out. Like pre-ordering the VRX from the new VRX from HD0, that's a little different. Like, it's there, it's made, or it's being made. This thing's still in R&D and still in development. I mean, take a look at Orca. They came out with this laundry list of things that the FPV ones could do. They still haven't done everything on that list, and now they're on their second version of that goggle. The hardware is the hardware. Like, that is set. Like, they can't, at this point, they probably can't change the hardware, and if they do, you're not seeing this thing till next year. It's all software. Look at Orca. Like, they tout that they have a ton of R&D and coders and all that stuff, and every time they make one change, they break 6 things, and the next firmware is literally fixing those six things that they broke and generating 2 more. I don't know what kind of structure that Walksnail has and Fat Shark together to do the software side of it, but the bugs that they showed that were in it, and that is just like for quick, just what we saw with the quick little videos that we saw, are pretty in depth. I'll be honest. They're pretty big. They're pretty big bugs. That, you know, maybe they got them fixed real quick. Maybe it takes them another 3 months, or maybe they release it and it's still chock full of bugs, and you have skipping frames, dropping frames. I don't know. I think DJI did that when it first came out. Like, it would just like stutter. Or was that rapid fire? I don't know. Anyways, obviously things can be fixed down the line, but I don't think I would line up to be a beta tester for this stuff. Just my opinion. But then again, it's your money. If you are okay not having $500 in your account for an undetermined amount of time, go for it. Whatever makes you happy. So, now that we got that out of the way, I don't care who DJI, CADX, Walksnail, or Fat Shark are working with, because it doesn't matter. You're not going to change it. If you just want 20 minutes to go bitch on Facebook, be a keyboard warrior, go for it if it makes you feel better, but it doesn't matter. Let's put everything in perspective, folks. It's going to suck if it's a really good system. It still seems like it's putting image quality over latency, which is exactly what DJI does, and that's exactly what I don't like about DJI. I don't know if is it going to play well with analog. We're not really, or I didn't see anything explaining whether the goggles transmit. I haven't seen an FCC filing for it. Not that I've really been looking that hard. Or not that I'd be looking for something from like Walksnail or whatever company name they use, but yeah. And it's all, when did DJI suck? It sucked when it came out. It sucked terribly. The firmware was bad. It was really bad. But, you know, they made it better. I remember flying it right when it came out. I was using a buddy's set of goggles. It looked fan-freaking-tastic, but it had very high latency. It did stutter. There was a lot of quick succession of firmwares that came out in like that first couple of months to fix these issues, but it did have issues when it came out. Yeah, DJI sucked bad on the first releases, so don't kid yourself. You're going to be in the middle of an R&D cycle. DJI doesn't listen. Well, why would they? You bought it. Clearly their business model works. CADX uses a snail for a logo. That's some good tin hat shit going on there. You guys are good. I like this. I've been really liking the memes. I'm not trying to insult anybody. It's just this hobby. I mean, when does TBS release a new system that is better than everybody else's, and they say everybody copied them? King Turkey. No, I know. I'm just being a little surly this morning. So my new work schedule, instead of waking up and then doing the stream, now I'm up at like 6 waiting around for it. So I am good and juiced up, well lubricated on a lot of coffee. But yeah, it's vaporware with prototypes. Yeah, exactly. And you know, it's so expensive that I don't know if availability is going to be an issue when it first comes out. Like, I know a lot of people want to get on a pre-order so they can get it first, kind of like the Zorro, but the Zorro was a very low price point, $100. Like, all right, I can sit on not having $100 for a couple months without anything in hand to show for it. $500 on the other hand, that's a lot. That's a lot of money, and I don't think most people in this hobby can just cough up $500 and then wait, because I think a lot of people who are going to cough up that half a grand for a set of goggles are looking at their old goggles going, oh, I'm going to sell those to kind of recoup some of my costs. But yeah, you're not going to do that. It's kind of like if any of you are paying attention to the GPU situation over the last 4 or 5 years, the graphics processors. People were selling their GPUs, their old ones, to buy new ones, but couldn't get a hold of them because the demand was so high. So they were just kind of screwed. Lawrence says, why didn't you tell us racing was so much fun? Turns out Lawrence went to his first and second multi-GP races, or, well, first drone races. I don't think they do multi-GP over where he's at this weekend, and turns out he enjoys it. I've been trying to say, racing's a hell of a lot of fun, and it will make you a better pilot. As long as you don't break everything and can't fly, but still. Hostile Habit says, honestly, I don't think Fat Shark has a whole lot to do with the development of these goggles. I think they were given a chance to take a Chinese product and allowed to put an American flag on them. Cool. Good for them. A lot of companies do that, and a lot of companies have a ton of success with it. They probably have input as in like menu placement or the shape of the faceplate, because let's face it, we are not all built equal, even though everybody says we're all the same. Western faces are very typically differently shaped than Eastern faces. That's why Sky Zone always usually includes 2 separate faceplates, because one is flatter and one has more of a curve to it, to try to contour to, or to cater to different regions of people. If all they are doing is just slapping their logo on it and importing it, I don't really care. Who's it hurt? Nobody. Who benefits? We all do. We all benefit. As long as they don't jack the price up just for the honor of having it. But then if there's also multiple vendors selling the exact same thing, there's going to be a feature set difference. Like, not just the color of it, but there will be differences between them, I would hope. Anyways. North 49 RC, good morning. Dan636 says he just wants to know. Yeah, but you will eventually. Patience. I'm more excited about the new HD0 stuff coming out. Yeah, me too. I'm excited about the goggles. I really would like to see what the new goggles look like, besides the ones that I showed on on April Fools. Right, 9 says has a power button. 100% not Fat Shark. Yeah. No analog in the goggles. No, it does not. It has was it USB-C to HDMI out, which is nice. They said it was one way or the other. Oh, yep, like you just said there, Port. Do you have opinion, insight on Orca HD? I don't know anything other than what everybody else knows. My opinion about the Orca is it'll be a complete failure. It will probably be marketed towards military and commercial applications, but I believe that there's far too much development already in the hobby side to make it a viable option, especially if you're going to be hanging a dingleberry off the front of your frickin' goggles and it's not built into it. So I'm down with that tin hat shit. Nice, Mike. It's a P1 chipset, optics from Walk Snail. Camera, you don't know it's a P1 chipset. You're guessing there, Robert, but it probably is. No one's had a good look on the inside of it, at least that I know of. If it is the P1 chipset, it's the same thing that would be on the HD or the DJI and the Caddx Vistas. Brandon Beans, trying. Brandon Bean says, I'm definitely going to get it. I've been preparing for this and literally listened to my dad when he said to save money. Not stuck up on Vistas anymore because a new system's coming. How did he know? I don't know. The sneak peek date was this weekend for the HD0 goggles. I have not seen them yet. Let's take a look at the Discord, and a lot of good memes with zero substance. Let's see. Is that racist? I don't know, dude. Everything's racist. It's never been a better time to be a racist because everything's just defined as racism now. Facism. It's like that movie Face Off where they take your face off. I like that movie. It was just like good cheesy action. Loved it. Never gonna give up on you, HDO. Or HD0. The shorthand for HD0 is HDZ, not HD0. Unless you type out ZERO. Otherwise, you're talking about the first gen HD OLED Fat Shark goggles. That gets any more confusing, guys. Let's see. GIO 300 just got the DJI V2 goggles. Hope I did not buy too late for future proof. You probably did, but who cares? Fly it. Enjoy it. Enjoy what you got. Enjoy what you have. Don't always be looking for the bigger, better deal. There's still people that fly analog. And I'm wondering if the segmentation of this hobby is going to drive more people to just go, I'm going back to analog. Screw this. I wonder if there'll be any more development in analog. I think it's about as far as it can go. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure Vistas will be around for at least another year. Yeah, you're probably right. I don't think unless DJI cuts off Caddx is going to keep producing because I mean there's still money to be made there. The Vistas are unbelievably robust, so they're going to be floating around in circulation. People dumping them for the newest shiniest thing. I don't know. Robert, HD0 is HDZ in the UK. Is HDZ? That is a great question. I don't think so because it's spelled HDZERO. That's their logo. It's a great question. I don't think so. I think it's HD0. Tig FPV says, I've been holding off on buying digital. I only want to buy it one time and hope I will still fly and love my analog. Yeah, problem is all the digital stuff is for the most part going to be proprietary in some way, shape, or form. Unless the open HD thing starts working out, but yeah. So at some point you're gonna have, if you do buy into digital, it will become obsolete until like, I don't know, was it like until like the HD market figures out a clear winner, you know, wins the franchise wars, and all you're left with are Taco Bells. What movie is that from? And then like once everything settles out and development slows down because of either technology or because of just the cost of things, we may end up with one clear winner. It's probably gonna be DJI just because they're the biggest player in town, no matter what. The Roburrito. You win a gold star. The only franchise to survive was Taco Bell. Brought to you by Carl's Jr. Why do you keep saying it? Does they pay me every time I do? VHS versus data, HD DVD versus Blu-ray. You know, there's always format wars, and eventually one comes out on top. Look guys, there are a lot of digital systems out there that you just don't know about. You don't hear about them because A, they're either big, proprietary, expensive, or not what we would want to do. Take for instance, live streaming HD video from a quad to a event. There are proprietary pay to use HD video transmitters. There are a lot of HD video systems out there. We just don't really know or care about most of them. Seniorcopter says OpenHD can't keep up until they have an ASIC. Then only as good until next gen. Yeah. I mean, what? Digital's only been around for what? 3 years now? 4? 3? Something like that? So, how about zip disk, mini disk? Or how about the mini CDs? I guess that was mini disc, yeah. Yeah, one of my areas HD0 at this point. I gotta say, it looks great. I have HD0. In my opinion, it has one purpose, and that is for racing. I don't think it works well for what the average person would want for acro. Just my opinion. It shines on the racetrack. It is awesome on the racetrack. I don't think it's that great for acro. I think the DJI system kicks its ass all day long. And it mostly comes down to the latency issues. I know a really good pilot can work around the latency issues. Most of us are not that. I'm sure you aren't either, whoever I'm pointing to. HD0 is good for long range. Also, in very good RF situations, it's good for that as well, yes. That may have to come down to the fact that it's using like a quad diversity type setup. Not really quad diversity, but diversity with 2 antennas on each receiver module. That may be, yeah. More No Shot says, I want reliable range. Express LRS and DJI, they'll give you reliable range. Most people, I'd say 99.99% of people, are not going to the max range of what DJI can do. If you are hitting the max range of DJI and you're not a long distance pilot, you're just flying in a shit RF situation, and that's kind of on you. Mike Bergman, he was pointing at me, and he's right. Athex, how you doing this morning? For long range, do you think digital will be good? Thank you. I just heard you. Yeah, it will be good. Brandon Baked Bean says he longs range, so there's the 0.01% of us that do it. But even then, he's not, I mean, you're not pushing the 13.3 kilometers that DJI can do. So you're probably not long range, you're probably like mid-range. You're a mid-range pilot, Brandon. Still fly a lot farther than I've ever flown. I mean, like, literally, I can't get more than a mile out on DJI before it basically breaks up to the point where I got to come back, and that's just because I'm flying in a garbage RF area. If you don't understand RF, then you shouldn't be long ranging. If you are a long ranger, then you don't really give a rat's ass what I'm saying because you already know. Technically, analog can go forever. It's just what is in the environment that is going to attenuate it. Well, not technically forever, but you know what I mean. It'll go for a very long time. It just depends on what's attenuating it. Keeping max range of DJI less than a mile at 1200 milliwatts. That's because you either have faulty antennas, faulty receivers, transmitters, or you just have a bad RF environment. June Loco, I'm not sure exactly why YouTube flagged your comment, but good morning to you as well. If you're really flying long range, you're on like 1.3. You know, like nobody's flying real long range on 5.8, or they're on like a 4G LTE network. Like that's long range, guys. Satellite. There are satellite comm systems. Let's see. I have no opinion on the digital 1.3 range. I've not really looked into it too much. I honestly don't know much about it at all. Yeah, I think the latency on the chat is about 30 seconds. So if I'm talking about stuff that you guys are already chatting about, yeah, it is what it is. Anyways, so today we're going to, well, I'm going to, you guys are just going to sit along and shoot the shit with me. No talking about Satcom. I'm going to start working on the Tasmanian build. As always, if you want to see, someone told me point at the microphone. You want to contribute to the Beast Class Fund? Feel free to. No obligation there whatsoever. It's already purchased. If you just want to help me offset the cost, that'd be greatly appreciated. I talked to you guys last week about donating to the Rick Cepeda Family Fund, just for full transparency. Not that I don't think anybody would trust me, but here is the transaction from all the funds raised on the last live stream. So just throwing that out there, guys, just so you don't think I'm pocketing the money. Plus, that's also on top of my own donation. I didn't just drum up money and call it my own, you know what I mean? Flying long range on my Mavic Mini. Yeah, you and every other high school kid. Family guy says, well, I live in the same environment Brandon Beans. He goes far. I have many quads. Can't go over. So, there's a lot that goes into it. Like, if you're the person that isn't consciously going, need to look up, even if you're looking straight ahead, your quad's up there. You need to point, if you're using patches, you need to force yourself. There's so many people I've seen that are trying to fly long range, and as soon as they get in the goggles, they're like, ugh. And their patches are pointing at the ground. I'm like, well, just take them off. I mean, they're doing absolutely nothing. There's a ton that goes into good RF situations. You hope that the system that you're flying is intelligent enough to frequency hop to the point where they're going to stay out of the noisy bands. But like people who do like hardcore analog long range flying, they're walking around with an RF meter looking at the noise on each of the channels to figure out which one is the cleanest channel. In a hobby full of sellouts, thank you for being real. Dude, I'm totally for sale. I will. For the right price, I'm totally for sale. Although, let's talk about this thing. I know I've talked about it a few times, this Ruco U11. Whatever. I did a video on it. I talked about the things I liked about it. I talked about all the things I didn't like about it. And the company's like, hey, we want to see the video first before you release it. I'm like, all right, yeah, that's fine. That's fair. You sent it to me for the review. You can look at it first. They didn't like some of the things I had to say, and they wanted me to change some things. I told them, no, go pound sand. There's one thing I said I would take out. It was a joke. It doesn't add or subtract from the review. It was just a kind of it was in bad taste. I think you guys would find it freaking hilarious, but they asked me to take that out. I said, yeah, no problem, I would. And then they're talking about the other points of it that I shouldn't give an opinion on it, and let people figure it out for themselves. And I told them, I'm not a reporter, I'm a reviewer. If I'm a reporter, I'm only going to, what real reporters should be doing is talking about the facts and not putting any opinion into things. It's not the world we live in right now. I am not here to report on the specs of the drone. I'm here to report on the specs of the drone, but also put it in perspective, in context, and give you my opinion at some point about the drone. And I basically said, don't buy this thing. They didn't like that. They said it's great for beginners. I said if it was $100, it would be great for beginners, but you could also buy a Rise Tello for $100, and that is great for beginners. Plus, it's packed full of STEM features because it still uses the DJI system inside of it, and it is opened to the point where you can program it to do things through some sort of interface. I don't know a ton about it, but I saw a lot of videos on it. So anyways, they haven't gotten back to me, so I haven't released a video. I don't know. If I don't hear from them anytime soon, I'm just going to release it anyways, and they can, they can go F themselves for all I give a shit. And I'll leave the bad joke in there as it is. Right? I know I'm never going to work with this company again because I didn't... Like, you go to their website and it's nothing but 5-star reviews. Those are all absolute, total bullshit. There's no way that anybody who gets this thing and goes, totally worth the $300 or the whatever it is, $20 less, $40 less than buying a Mavic Mini. This thing is great. No, this thing's a total piece of shit. Do I even need to release a review on this thing at this point? I think I've talked enough about it on the live streams. I haven't received a response from them in the last week. I'm going to hit them up one more time, be like, what's up, guys? What do you want to do with this? And I may just release it to my Patreons if they say, no, we don't want you to release it. I respect that. I'll still talk trash about it, but I won't do a video on it. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah. I told my audience would enjoy the joke, but whatever. Yeah, $280 for a brushed drone that doesn't have any stabilization in the camera. Potato quality. I took the controller apart. The stupid little antennas on it that are always in the way of the phone mount. I took the controller off of it, and the antennas literally fell off because there's nothing in them. They're there for looks. Yeah. Oh, love it. Yeah, Scratch. I think that's what it was. It's it's like a ladder. It's like a ladder logic for programming things. And there was a bunch when the Rise Tello came out. There was a bunch of like STEM competitions of what can you do with this, which that's super cool. I mean, if I'm going to buy a kid a drone, I'm not going to spend $280 on something that flies like garbage and is brushed. I'll spend $100 on something, and then if the Tello's in there for $100, why not go with that? Because it has so much features to it. Yes, brushed. You heard me right, Nine. Brushed. I can't even crack it open and throw a normal flight controller in it unless I find something brushed. Yeah. Yeah, they're literally for show, the antennas. What's my opinion on the goggles? They look interesting. Don't buy them. Wait till they come out. I love the memes though. The memes are good. I don't know, man. It seems kind of DJI to me. Yeah, you're right. It does. I'm sure they're all tied in together, but just wait till they come out. You know, wait till they come out. I have crashed the crap out of it, and it keeps working. It's light. There's nothing in it. I've crashed it a bunch of times, mostly because it won't hold altitude. Or once you lose signal with it and your phone regains the signal, it says all of a sudden you have 100% charge, and it literally flies till it crashes. Yeah. Law enforcement need not apply. Yeah. Sergio Lopez says, thank you, Tweet, for your support. You're the best. Bardwell charges for questions. Now, yeah, Bardwell does charge. And he doesn't. Like, he will answer your questions. He just doesn't make it a priority. I'll be honest, I put a lot more priority into the people up here in this section, this Patreon only section. It's only fair. They've paid to be there. But I am all over every other section in my Discord and also in the comments on my videos. I've said it before, I hate troubleshooting over YouTube comments because I will get notifications up till about like the 5th volley back and forth, and then I just stop getting notifications that you've commented. It's a defect in their system, and it's mostly the mobile app for the creators. After like the 5th back and forth, I just stop getting notifications, and it seems like I ghost you, and it's just because I don't know that you've replied. And sorry if you. Here's the reality: is I'm helping so many people out that there's one of me, and there's like a ton of you guys, and there's so many times where I answer a question, I start getting into a conversation, and then I just never get a reply from them, maybe for the same reason, for all I know. Or maybe they figured it out, and then they just take off. I don't know. But if you need help, go to Discord. That is the best place. If I can't help you, there's plenty of people on there that will. And the Discord is free. The link to my Discord is on my website, tweetfpv.com. If you go to the bottom there, you'll also see affiliate links. I greatly appreciate you use those. That helps me out a ton. Or over email, tweetfpv@gmail.com. I rode my one wheel down to get the mail this morning, and the spider's out, and I ran through a spider web, and I still feel like the spider web is on me. Also, my lights are user controllable. If you want to play with the lights, the list of commands will be popping up here momentarily. I put that on a button so I don't have to remember what it is. Let's see. Do you think HDZ will be a module in the future? It is a module right now, but if you're thinking a module for like a Fat Shark Bay, I don't think so. I think that form factor is a bit long in the tooth, and I think that form factor will be going away. Not that I think there's another form factor to be coming out. I think what you're going to find is everybody is going to be going to the inbuilt receivers. I think everybody is going to go to their own corner. You're going to have Fat Shark over here, HD0 here, DJI over here, Skyzone over here, and they're all going to start putting their own modules inside their own goggles. And whether they have inputs and outputs is to be seen. But I think that's where the smart business money is. Instead of making your product compatible with everybody else's product, you make your own product compatible with its own product. It kind of sucks for us, but it's that business model that works as long as all the other manufacturers do the same thing. Unfortunately, that's the way I see it going. I hope I'm wrong. I would be great if HD0 got into a specific module base size, but with the chip shortage, with as much stuff that's packed into that VRX, I can't see them doing it unless they went away from having a quadversity type setup. I know it's not quadversity, but you know what I mean, 4 antenna setup to a 2 antenna, but I think the system would not perform very well. The system barely performs well as it is when there's any RF difficulties with it, and what I mean by that is like obstacles, other noise in the environment, things like that. That I think if they went to just a 2 antenna system, I don't think it would perform well at all. It might be great for racers just because when you're racing, there's usually not any like physical obstructions. Honestly, I don't know, but that is just my thoughts. Let's see. What's on the bench? Says Easy Alku? Easy. I'm going to call you Easy. Easy says, what's on the bench? What is on the bench is this is the Callus Machine Works Tasmanian V2 Beast class that I'm working on. It's going to be running 12S. So I need to get cracking on putting that together. I don't think JB's streaming today, and I doubt Ciati is as well, so I got all day. Not that I really want to be at it all day, but I've got all day. Let's see. Family Guy or North 49 says Family Guy, you should be able to fly lower than your launch point. Nothing stopping you really. I would, but if I fail safe. So the ground around you will attenuate the signal. Is kind of like the only real thing. And Mother Earth is not great for passing RF signals through it. Mike Berger says I would send some money, but I'm kind of broke. Hey, man, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. This isn't my full-time job. Okay? if there's somebody out there who does do this to support them and you want to support them over me with super chats or whatever, go ahead and do that. I'm okay with that. I have my own job, and I don't put a ton of time in. I do put a ton of time in this, but it's not like this isn't my primary job. I don't need this to survive. I'm not trying to sound like a dick, but that's just the reality of it. I'm a very, very pragmatic person. If dude A and dude B, dude A needs your money to survive, and dude B doesn't, go with dude A. Unless you don't like that dude, then you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Mike Bergman, we'll see you around, man. Oh wait, what are we doing? Forecast here looks workbench, truck shopping. Oh, okay, I see. Never mind. I'm a little behind on the chat there. Thinking about putting a GPS on the Beast class. Don't know if I will. Kind of want to. Not sure. Ticketfee says, I personally stopped listening to Bardwell sell out. He's attacked the small guys too many times, just my opinion. Who are the small guys? Are we talking small viewers, small channels? Curious what you mean by small guys. They're never long range without GPS. Yeah, literally all my long range quads that have GPS on them, I put them so they will not arm without sats. That way I'm not tempted to go fly without having a sat lock. Just because Barwell made fun of Drone Campus doesn't make him a bad guy. He spoke. Yeah, so okay, if that's what you're referring to, he does take digs at other channels, but those other channels probably have it coming. And if other channels take digs at Bardwell as well. So I mean, it's all fair. Of course, I don't know exactly what you're referring to, but I mean, I take digs at Bardwell. Bardwell, he knows I exist, and we've gone back and forth a few times on a few things, but it's all in good-spirited banter. If anybody at Rampage is watching this, turn this off, go fly. Stop. Hope you guys are having fun out there. Hopefully the weather's working out. Yeah, he said Drone Campus likes everything, but so did Stu from UAV Futures, and nobody can talk bad about him. But everything is perfect. But think of it this way as well, is as a reviewer, you are almost always offered the opportunity to review things, or you're purchasing them out of your own pocket to review things. You're not going to go out and... Thank you so much.
They said this is from me and Mike Bergman. God, yeah, bro.
Thanks, buddy. Like when I was working with Banggood and they were sending me products, they would ask me, what do I want to review? And I'm not going to pick a dog product. Like, you can look at the product specs and be like, this thing is going to be a pile of crap, or it's going to be possibly good. And you pick what you want to review. You don't review everything just because it's a thing. You pick the things you want, or the things you think would generate good views. But, oh, battery's dying. Hang on. Hold that thought. These headphones give me about a 30-second heads up that they're gonna die. They go beep beep beep, and then that's it. At least they let you know why you don't hear anything. So anyways, you pick what you want to review from all these manufacturers, or if you're purchasing your products out of pocket to review, like 90% of the stuff I review is stuff I purchase out of pocket. Very little stuff is sent to me for review at no cost other than the review. So it stands to reason that you're going to have overly positive things to talk about. If every review is nothing but positivity with zero defects found or anything like that, then that gets a little fishy. Then you have the other end of the spectrum with Bruce from RC Model Reviews, which never puts any affiliate links in there, and is very, very his own opinion, those people are very few and far between, because you're making the reviews because you kind of need some income and you're hoping somebody purchases something with an affiliate link and you get a cut. The other issue is when you turn around and sell stuff that was sent to you for free, at least in the US, you're supposed to declare sales tax on it. So that's why a lot of reviewers give their things away instead of selling them if they get them for free, if they want to stay above the board. Not that anybody ever does that. But. So if you look back through my reviews, they're all generally positive. I do outline the negatives to them, but usually if a product is really hot garbage, I will never get it to review it, or B, like this Ruko drone, it was sent to me for review. They paid for the review. They can kind of choose whether or not it comes out. They can't tell me to not say anything negative about it. They can choose whether it comes out or not. That's entirely up to them. I hope you can kind of see the difference there. Or maybe I'm just babbling because I've had a lot of coffee this morning. Or both. Or none. I don't know. Take FPV. We'll see you later, man. Go rip. Have fun. Brandon Baker says, I always log telemetry on my radio now. Yeah, that was one of the first tech videos I ever did, was showing how to log your GPS information in your radio. I must have missed something. JB bashing drone campuses. I like them both. They both work hard. Yeah, I mean, he's done it. Yeah, he's done it for a few other people. I think I've heard him say the same sort of thing about Albert Kim. But Bardwell is a little more tongue-in-cheek, though. And he might not realize it. Like a live streamer when he calls the people who aren't Patreon's plebs. Like, we mostly know he's joking. If you didn't understand his sense of humor, or if you were new to him, you would think that he's being a dick. Whereas it's just his sense of humor. Gamma Gonad, sorry, I'm getting these as I'm going through them in the chat. If it's, right here. So Gamma Gonad, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. This is from Mike or from me and Mike Bergman. Gotcha, bro. Thanks, man. Really appreciate it. We shall add that to the fund. Thank you. Very much appreciate it. I've asked the same question 2 times and he won't answer if you don't pay. Well, maybe your question is not interesting to him. What's your question? Sergio, ask your question. Let's see. Let's see if it passes my just ask. See what we think. If you're asking him boxers or briefs, he would probably answer that right away, just because the answer will probably be none. Drone Campus is advertising and JB is spec advisor. Yeah, JB does do reviewing. He does give you his opinion. There is a very different. Like, you ever look for a product and you find a YouTube video on it and it's literally just a video of still shots with the product spec and different views of it that you would find on their website just set to music? I hate those videos. They're so irritating. It's just spamming for clicks. Yep, got the Voron cranking away in the back there. Part of my new job is I actually have a desk in an office. It's honestly probably the biggest office in the entire building. It shouldn't be, but it is. And I have a whiteboard there with a bunch of markers that are always just falling on the ground. And I'm like, you know what, screw this. I am going to make a holder for all those markers. And that's what I'm doing right there. I managed to kick that out in about 30 minutes using Fusion. I'm getting a lot better at Fusion 360. But that is what is cracking away there on the old Voron. Slanging ABS with a 0.8 millimeter nozzle and 0.6 millimeter layer heights. Just fucking slanging plastic. Yes, he answers lots of unpaid questions. It's got to be an interesting question, though. Like, if you're going to ask him in a live stream, how do I bind this to this? He's probably not going to answer it because it is going to take way too much of the live stream's time. And if you see his chat window, it is just rolling. Back when he was smaller, he probably would have taken that question because it's a good filler for time. Or the fact that he's also probably got 10 videos on the same subject. I don't know. Thought I was going to dissect the Ruko. I am. I'm kind of waiting to figure out what... I'm kind of waiting to see what their position is on the review video. After they say either, no, we don't want you to release it, thank you for your time, or go ahead and release it, thank you for your time, then I'll proceed on with it. Right now, I'm leaving it in the box in case they do some debag stuff and want the drone back, which I'm perfectly happy to send it back to them if they do want it back. But because it's just like if somebody asked me to do a print, I'll send them the print, and if they don't like it, I will do what I can to either make it so they like it or give them their money back. It's kind of the same thing here, except for money hasn't exchanged hands. Picture the drone as money for a review. I made them a review. If they don't like it, they can either get a refund, which is either not produce the video because I've already got my time, which is money, into the product, or they can have the product back. That's kind of where I stand as far as doing reviews go. If they say, we want you to take this out, this out, this out, I want you to stop saying this and say this about it, they can go pound sand. That's not going to happen. It's either take it or leave it. Except for the one joke that I put in there. I'm perfectly okay with removing that because I can totally understand their reasoning. JB just says, who's the guy who's always likes everything and then mentioned drone cabins? It's kind of, yeah. Yeah, I love the AI voice reviews. Very informative. Those are so irritating. Sergio Lopez, can I use 2 Crossfire modules on one drone? No, you can't. Betaflight doesn't have the ability to use more than one receiver. FR Sky, on the other hand, you probably could because some of the FR Sky receivers, like the RXSR, will take a S-Bus input as a redundant receiver. So you could wire your RXSR as your primary receiver on S-Bus, and then your Crossfire as a secondary receiver on S-Bus. Problem being is you'd have to have 2 different control systems. You'd have to have 2 different radios. So in essence, no, you can't. But to get around having 2 Crossfire receivers, TBS does make a diversity receiver, which is literally 2 separate receivers, all wired to the same spot. So if you're looking for a receiver redundancy, that's the way you would do it on Crossfire. Who asked that question? Where am I at? What happened to the chat? I hate YouTube chat. Man, is it miserable to work through. Sergio Lopez, yeah. So can you... Oh, wait, I misread your question. So that's 2 Crossfire receivers. 2 Crossfire modules on the same drone you can using model match, but it is flaky and it's hard to do. And it's very well described in the actual Crossfire manual on how to do it. So if you wanted one drone controlled by 2 transmitters, you can do that, but they can't control it at the same time. Bobby Bags, how you doing this morning? Let's see. I have nothing against Drone Campus RC. I used to watch him a lot, and then there was something where he reviewed it and it was like overly positive. I'm like, I don't know. The videos all became very Cut and paste, they all became kind of the same. And it's nothing on him. It was that time where there was a million drones coming out and they were all the same. So the reviews are all the same. I also very much lost interest in the hobby. Like, I go through these waves where I'm like super interested in this hobby, and then I'm like, I still love it, but nothing's like super interesting to me. It's just kind of like, okay, yep, hobby's there. And then something happens and I'm like, oh, this piques my interest. Something that always piques my interest are weird frames. Not the standard, here's a base plate, here's a top plate, so here's some standoffs, and we put our guts in the center of it and motors on the end to go wee wee wee. I don't care about those. There's not a lot you can do in that form that is very interesting to me. When frames come out that break from that convention, that are interesting, I take notice. Like the 533 Tiny Trainer, very different design quad. The Axis Flying Colas 6, very different frame. Matter of fact, it's so different, I bought one. Should be here tomorrow. Although it's being delivered by DHL, and for the record, DHL. They're going to go, I never do the pre-authorization to waive the signature. I never do it. Everything always gets delivered, and literally they go down my road and they're like, well, it's dark out. I'm scared of this driveway. Screw it, I'm just going to pick a house and drop it on the porch and leave. They do that all the time. I've always got to go up and down the road and try to figure out where on earth they dump my stuff. DHL. I hate DHL. DHL. If you work for DHL, I'm sorry. But I don't know what the deal is. Going through the chat here. If one of your quad motors goes bad, won't spin up, should you replace it or go with replacing all four? Yeah, just replace it. For the most part nowadays, there aren't counterclockwise motors. They're all the same direction. I would say if you're looking at motors that have counterclockwise and clockwise motors, I wouldn't purchase them because you're also working with reverse threaded nuts. Yeah, it's one motor. You just tell the ESC which way to spin it. Unless we're talking about brushed, then that's a whole other bag of worms there. But yeah, go ahead and replace the one that's bad instead of all four. Unless all four are pretty hit up and you just feel like spending the money on them, and then you have 3 spares that you can swap in. But just replace the one. I absolutely love the news with JB and Blunty. I think that is a great segment. Absolutely love it. I like the new product roundup as well, just because it's entertaining. I like them. I usually watch the live streams if I can, mostly the Monday one, usually like the Sunday one after I'm done here. I've already spent 2 hours doing this. I gotta get on with my life. I might listen to them on the earbuds, like while I'm cutting the grass or something, but I don't. I don't make it a point to watch it afterwards, although I try to. I typically try to catch Ciotti afterwards. I like Ciotti. Me and him have worked together for a very long time. The wife pops in and wonders why the red light. Yeah. Drone Caps gives great reviews of Banggood products that no one else will. Sometimes Banggood has cool stuff. Same as RC Sailors. I watched a few RC Sailors and I don't. The other person I really used to really like to watch was Dustin Dunhill. Seemed very down to earth, and he was doing things that were a little different, like 4K long range wings. Like, that's kind of cool. I like his long range testing because he's on Oahu, and there's like 0 RF interference, so he can fly forever. But when you review basically the same thing, different brand, little bit different features, the reviews become very repetitive. And then I'll be honest, as a creator, if I can do the same thing and just basically change up a few things and hit copy print, I would. I'll be honest, like, look at my reviews of the Sub 250 crates. They're all pretty much the same with different products in the box, but the format of the review is largely the same. I would like to do more with them, but you guys aren't clicking the affiliate links. They're still sending me for free, which thank you so much, FPV Crate. Oh, by the way, the review video for April's box will be out on Monday. Make sure you watch that video and enter to win what's in the box. You're going to like what's in the box. I like what's in the box. But it becomes kind of a formula. I was reviewing like the swag bags, like the threaded services or the FPV Lux shirts. There's only so much you can do with reviewing a shirt other than not review it. So it does become kind of repetitive after a while, and you kind of figure out what works good enough because it's all a matter of time and money. Time is money when you're reviewing these things, depending on how much time you put into it. It's what you review. Like, look at my Orca review. I put a ton of time, which is money, into that Orca review. I even scripted that bitch. I never script anything. Very, very few videos do I do a script. That one I did. Justin at Drone Campus is just trying to make a living. Yep, and he's going to do it the way he's going to do it. If he's not making a living at it, he's going to change it. Buff shot. What's in the box? You have to wait till Monday to find out. You're going to like it. You're going to like what's in my box. Wait. Phrasing? Are we still doing phrasing? What's that from? What's that from? ELRs is so cheap. I wish you could have redundant receivers. You know what? Go to the Express LRS Discord and ask. Maybe it's something they can do and they haven't thought about it. You never know. That's the thing about Express LRS is you can make the suggestion and they'll be like, oh, shit, that's a good idea. Let's just do it. Sergio Lopez, stop sugarcoating it. Tweet. He ignores you, and I've tested and tried it. He doesn't ignore everybody. He ignores you, apparently. But every question he answers that, I mean, look, think of it this way. How many questions does he answer that aren't from patrons? It's a ton of them. Let's see. Is there a possibility to run 2 transmitters in one JR bay? No, there is not. Because every JR module runs off of one S-bus wire, and there's only one. I just want Dan to review it. What are we talking about, Mike? Mike Bergman. Yeah, so Terminal Insanity says, do you have the TX16 Mark II yet? Do you know what parts are interchangeable with Mark I? I do not have the TX16 Mark II. I will not be getting a TX16 Mark II, in my opinion. The Radiomaster TX16 is kind of a garbage radio. I had one, and it was a complete piece of garbage. It's very popular. There's lots of shiny bells and whistles on this RF box. I don't like the form factor. The screen on mine was garbage. The parts on the inside, if you saw how it was constructed, not great. But a lot of people like it. If you like it, good. Just good. Fly what you like. I didn't like it. They're far too expensive now when you're starting to talk about like the newer ones than what I feel like purchasing. When I purchase a radio, it's for A, either review, or B, because I need to draft some grips for it. So parts that are interchangeable, I do not know. I'd imagine probably 99.9% of it is going to be interchangeable because these manufacturers are cheap as shit and they like to just hit copy print because it saves them a ton of money. Change some colors, make things look fancy. But again, I don't have one. Let's see. I want to swap the TX16 Mark II 6-position switch panel because it has blue LEDs instead of orange. I wonder how that panel is created. You could probably... I mean, if the buttons are the same shape, I don't see why you couldn't. Radiomaster does have a very good inventory of spare parts on their website, so it's possible that if you take a look at them, they look the same. It can't cost that much. The wiring is going to be the same. I can't see them changing the wiring from one 16 or 6-button panel to another 6-button panel just because the color changed. I can't see that being the case. Or if you're really hard up, just desolder the LEDs and put what color in you want. It's all industrial jello beans. Nothing's proprietary except for maybe like the shape of the buttons. The ELRS devs could be coding it for you. You could have a prime receiver and a backup, and have a switch if the prime fails. That is possible. That's probably It's probably oversimplification because of how the UART communication works. But if it's possible, like it may just on a hardware level not be possible. But that doesn't mean a manufacturer can't come out with the hardware. Like look at Maytech making a PWM output receiver, Beta FPV making a PWM output receiver. That's definitely not like the normal Express LRS setup, but it's definitely doable. Maybe it's something that a manufacturer could make if they saw a big enough market for it, and if the ELRS devs had the software for it. Biobags says, I love the Tiny Trainer a lot. Me too. I absolutely love the Tiny Trainer. One of the funnest quads I own. Nor Creative, FR Sky 2 TX in one JR bay, like Crossfire and ELRS. I have a lot of Crossfire stuff, but don't want to always change the TX modules in my radio. Unfortunately, that is... unfortunately, that's just the way it is. Unless... So like when you open your radio up, you're gonna, if you look at the board, you're gonna find there's a ton of UARTs all over that board. Now, if Edge TX, or if you felt compelled to actually code Edge TX or OpenTX to use those other UARTs inside the module, inside the board, you could possibly control separate external modules based on which model you have loaded, but it would require like a major software change. It's definitely possible. But if you're asking the question, my guess is you probably don't have the ability to code it to do it. You would have to get somebody on board with it that is involved in coding the Edge TX firmware. Let's see. I had a Diatone X549 Exorcist. It was sick AF. I built that thing up. I flew it like 4 or 5 times. I'm like, I can't do this. I can't fly it because I know I'm going to crash it. It's a wall hanger. It is there to be looked at. I ended up breaking it down and selling it. But it is one of the slickest frames out there. Again, a weird frame. That's why I bought it. DHL sucks in the UK. Collection office is 50 miles away. Sergio says, thank you, tweet. I'm disabled with Crohn's. You make my life easier. Oh, cool, man. If you ever have any questions, Sergio, dude, hit up the Discord. Ask over there. It doesn't have to be in a live stream. DHL sucks. DHL sucks. Does anybody like DHL? Let's put it that way. USPS has never, knock on wood, messed up my deliveries, and I spent a lot on hobbies. USPS used to suck. Like in the early 2000s, USPS was hot garbage. In the last 10 years, they have really stepped up their game. I prefer to ship with USPS all the time. It's affordable, it's fast, And the fact is, I can request a pickup. I put the shit on my porch, and the lady comes and picks it up. I like the USPS. I hate going to their office because they're full of surly dick bag. But my carrier, she's a really nice lady. I didn't buy a footy. That one I wasn't interested in for some reason. What happened to my chat? Good God, I'm getting behind. Anyone have the Project Blue Falcon Diatone Mark II tribute frame? Ooh, that's a good question. Yeah, pour one out for Project Blue Falcon. We've been talking about him a lot lately over on the WhatsApp. Both with just things in general, YouTube channels, and then also with the thing that's going on with Rick Cepeda's son-in-law. Looking through the chat, Archer, yeah, Archers are good receivers. I at this point, I wouldn't recommend anybody buy any FR Sky receivers. I would buy Express LRS. You're still going to need a fancy box to spit out the ones and zeros for that Express LRS, which, in my opinion, FR Sky still builds some of the best built radios at our price point. I'm not talking Futaba or that upper echelon radios. I'm talking like I'm going to go out and fly FPV and all my stuff's going to smell like vape juice in the morning type of radios. FR Sky still builds some of the best quality radios. The soldering, the construction, and the quality of the plastic are better than most other brands out there. And when they release a radio, they usually get it right out of the box. It's not like, oh, sorry guys, we knew ribbon cables would suck. We just thought you guys would like it. I really like the April sub 250 box. I'm waiting on my 5-inch box. I don't get the 5-inch boxes. I was doing that for a while, and there was just a lot of filler in there, which I was like, I don't want to spend my money on, aluminum quad stands and solder extractors and another solder sucker, roll of solder. I used to watch, shit, what was the guy's name? Oh man, he was going hard for a very long time. The DJI system came out. He reviewed the DJI system, and then that was the last I heard of him. It's like Drone 101 or something like that. Oh man, what was the guy's channel? I can't remember the guy's channel. I used to watch all his videos, but he just disappeared, just vaporized. Middle-aged dude, bald, always wore like a fedora when he was outside. North Creatives are like 2-minute delay, or am I tripping? There probably isn't. I'm just way back behind in the chat. The delay is usually about 30 seconds to 45 seconds, somewhere around there. Robert Trudsdell gave a $9.99 super chat. Thank you so much, Robert. I greatly appreciate it. We just round up. I'm not going to do any math. Let's see. Had to go back and see what's he's in Alaska at High Bags. Dang it. Chat jumping everywhere. Those PWM receivers are cool. I'm gonna be able to shoot for glider out of one. I bought one of the beta FPV ones to replace the FR Sky S6R. I think I have in this this Night Radiant up here. I know you guys can't see it, but yeah. But I don't fly wings all that much, like at all. You updated to Edge TX 271 last night. Nice. I haven't looked at the release notes to see if there's anything different. Terminal Insanity says, I want to mount my radio transmitter antenna up on a TV tower. What kind of equipment would I need to get the signal up there?
Just super chatted with 1.99.
How far can I run an antenna wire from my radio? So what the better choice would be is to put your module up on the antenna tower and then run your power and signal wires to your radio, because as you extend coax out, you get signal losses. You need to match impedance with wavelength and all that stuff. There's a lot that goes into it. If you wanted like the easiest solution, since you're already running wires, put the module up top and bring the wires, the power, the ground, and the signal wire, this is just 3, down to your radio. That's what I would do. What's DHL? It's a delivery company, Dan636. DHL's a delivery. I thought DHL went under and then all of a sudden they came back. I don't know if somebody bought them back.
Chatted with 5.
Thank you for the super chats.
No pre-order goggle fund here. I'll just donate to your channel for future answers to my questions.
NFN World Peace says, tweet, old frame 2S flyweight has 76 gram. New frame planning 3S will be 115. What am I going to expect in flight times and such? Salvaging Ishi Novice 2. Thanks for any input. Salvaging an Ishi Novice 2 into a bigger frame. You probably will expect slightly less. Well, you're going to go from 2S to 3S. I'm going to guess that if everything else remains the same, except for you're going up 1 cell in voltage and you're going up about 30 grams. I'm not good at math. That's just off the cuff math right there. You're probably going to get very similar flight times, if not just slightly more. But if you start changing props around, that's going to change things. I know the Novice 2 had a very small ESC. I think it was 15 amps, I think. I can't remember. Just got to be careful you're not going to push it too hard with the added weight. Mike Berwin says, you have any problems with your Mambo goggle switches? Mambo toggle switches. Mine are so finicky. The only problems I have with the Mambo switches is dropping out on the ground and breaking them. I replaced them with shorty switches that I got from AutoZone. They're kind of a chunkier, clunk, you know, a lot heavier on the inside. But other than that, I haven't had any issues with it. Sterling Mallory Archer. There you go, buddy. Phrasing? Yeah. Project Blue Falcon. Yeah, he died on a motorcycle accident. Archer was funny. No, Archer is funny. Phrasing. Yeah, I still ride. I ride a lot. Oh boy, where am I at? Stupid chat. Like I don't think you guys realize how disorienting the chat is when you're reading through it and it just jumps to the end. Like, YouTube, why don't you just leave it where I have it instead of moving it around? No, not Drone Mesh. Although I used to watch Drone Mesh, and he just kind of fell off the face of the planet too. He did some really good reviews on ESCs. Like he had a whole test stand that he'd put in like just stupid noisy commands. It's interesting. L. Eston, $1.99 super chat. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Gets us up to 102. Drone Mesh got involved in like an AI tuned flight controller software, and then he just kind of stopped. I don't know if he's working on that or working for a company, but yeah. Mac 282 says no pre-order goggle fun. No pre-order goggle fun here. I'll just donate to your channel for future answers to my question as well. Thanks a lot, Mac 282. I appreciate it. Drainman FPV. I've watched some of his videos. His speech patterns irritate me. But I do like his content. It's very entertaining. Like the one where he did like the ESC testing. He's hiding under the freaking table. That was some funny shit. But I don't know. Something about the way he talks it bothers me. But I don't dislike the guy. YouTube doing the thing again. Yes, that's exactly it. Baby Ape is a night and day 2S to 3S, 15 FPSC. Flight time seems to be the same, but likely to rip harder. Yes. So that's the thing, is like your flight time will go down or be the same because now you have more power to do dumber stuff with or to have fun with. So if you fly it exactly the same in the exact same profile with the same throttle input output type or the same performance output, you should get more flight time with a 3S battery than a 2S if everything stays the same. But the problem is like it's like putting exhaust on your car. Like all of a sudden it gets worse fuel economy, but that's because you're sitting there putting your foot into it everywhere you go. Let's see. NF 39 grams. The ESC was fried. So there's a bigger one going in from 5 amp to 6 amp. Okay, yeah. So I did have a pretty small one. Drayman is old school clever. Why he probably talks like that? Yeah, you're probably right. Looks like he's done some time. I assume he's a plumber. That's why he's Drainman. All right, it's been an hour and a half. I have done absolutely nothing in the squad. You guys are distracting. Thank you. It's been entertaining. We're going over the bench. Gotta do something. All right, guys. By the way, Doge Cam. We gotta do Doji time. You know, I give them the treats, and they're like, "Oh, they didn't fall into my mouth. What's going on with you?" It's like feeding ducks. All right, over to the bench. Try to position this where I can see the chat. There we go. Let's see. Yep, he's a plumber. Clearing drains. All right, guys. I think the next step in this build is going to be to put my main discharge leads on. So I'm going to be using some big old honking 10 gauge wire. I'm going to do one positive, one negative off each side because the batteries are going to be these big old honking bastards. This is a lot of weight right here. These are Tattoo 6S. I think these were 5,000 milliamp packs. What are these? 5,100 milliamp packs. These are heavy. The 2 packs alone are 1,700 grams. I just weighed them, so I give you an idea of how heavy they are. Where are my side cutters at? Be right back. Where are my tools? Snippy, snippy. Alright, so first things first, I'm going to go ahead and tin these guys. I'm not going to be running XT60s or 90s. I'm going to be running these. These are, I think they're AS150s or something like that. They have an anti-spark function in them. I'm not using the anti-spark end on these because they're built into the batteries for the tattoos. So I don't know if that's normal or if that's just the tattoos that have the anti-spark. You can see the anti-spark is right here. You see this black ring here? That's a resistive element. So when you go to connect these, the connector touches it and then passes current. Like, you got to have the ground side hooked up. So when you touch it right here, it's a resistance, so it slows the flow of electrons. So you don't get that big pop when you connect like you do on 6S, but imagine 12S, how big that pop will be. So that it slows the current down, and then once you get over that, then you have, you know, a 0 ohm connection. So that's kind of how the anti-spark thing works. There are anti-spark XT90s, but the AS, I think they're AS150s. I could be wrong. I think that's what they're called. Are more of a normal connector. Plus, that's also what I got on that X-Class back there. So that's what I'm going to keep using. I don't want to have XT30s, XT90s, AS150s, or 170, whatever the heck these things are called. But, yeah. Some beefy ESCs, yeah. So these are the APD F3X. I think these are 130 amp ESCs. 120 amp ESCs, sorry. And they are beefy. Dan636 says packs charge. Gonna go fly. See you later, buddy. Have a good one. Lawrence, how tired I am 2 days at the track. Nice. Did you do better today than you did yesterday? I hope. Not saying you did bad yesterday, but, like, you know, progressive improvement is kind of the idea. So we're gonna tin these guys up. Let me set my focus to manual here. I don't know what that looks like to you guys, but I don't know how to zoom in anymore once I change my focus to manual. Oh, I think I can use this to change zoom. There we go. There we go. Okay. So I'm not gonna do anything special. I'm gonna build this using my TS100 knockoff. This is the Secure 001 or whatever it is. It's a pretty good iron, but we are going to max this bastard out. I should be using larger soldering wire for this. Unfortunately, I just don't have anything larger on me at the moment, so we're going to do this by just using pure skill. So a little solder on the tip, make a thermal bridge, and we're just going to put it on the back side of the wire and let the work heat up. I'm going to feed a little bit of solder in between the iron and the work. Being very careful not to push hard on the actual wire I'm soldering, because I don't want to lift any of the strands. I'm touching it, and you can see that it's slowly taking the solder, so that's showing me that the heat is transferring through the entire workpiece. And we just want to make sure we don't whip the wire. We don't want to put so much solder in it, solder goes down into the jacketing. There we go. Piece o' cakeo. And I need to not melt my bench. There we go. Now, I don't completely fill this thing up with solder. I kind of leave it a little, needing a little bit more, just so that I have something to work with. Oh, see, we didn't quite get the backside there. Add a little bit more. We don't want to load it up with the maximum amount of solder that it'll take, because we need somewhere to go once we start soldering it to the board itself. Work with me, motherfucker. And if you got a question, make sure you type @tweetfpv so it pops up in orange. I'm probably going to stop reading all the extraneous chat just so I can focus. But if you do have a question, type @tweetfpv. It'll highlight in orange on my end. Or hit up the super chat. I'll definitely check out those questions. Definitely need more solder. It's also hard to do this when I'm not like got my head right over the work. You know, I'm trying not to get in the way of the camera, so it does make it just a bit more difficult there, guys. That looks pretty good. All right. There's one down. Or one end of one down. Oh, let's see. Have you seen the Pencil solder iron? It looks good. Maybe the Pencil 64. Yeah, I like the TS100 and the clones, but it looks like a decent soldering iron. I run 6S on my TS100 all the time. I don't have any issues with it, but it's certainly not what it's rated for. Athix says, about to go rip the HDZ Glide. We'll see you later, man. Have a good one. We'll see you later. Easy ass waxing wire. I don't know what you're referring to. Waxing wire. I don't know what waxing wire is. All right, and then let's go ahead and solder up the connector end here. I'm gonna need a little more meat on the bone here. Be careful not to over twist the wire. I don't know what's better, having the autofocus on or not. And we're just going to feed a metric buttload of solder into these things. Be sure you don't get on the threads for the cap, which I forgot to put on, but I think I'll be alright. Once you see the solder kind of flow into the work there, you know you're good to go. Let's give it some time to cool before we start moving it around. I kind of knew I was going to melt my vise to it, but whatever, no big deal. Ah, it's hot. So there we go. That's one of the AS connectors slaughtered up. We'll put that on there in a second when this thing cools down, because it is a million degrees. Let's see. Waxing flux. No, you don't need extra flux. You need flux if you're... Ow, fuck, it's still hot. You need flux if you're reworking a solder joint. The amount of flux that's in your flux cord wire, which is what we all should be using, is plenty to do the work if you're working on a clean joint. If your joint's all nasty, or like your workpiece or your wire's all nasty to start with, like there's a little bit of corrosion on it or anything like that, then having extra flux certainly helps. But you definitely do not need it. It definitely makes a mess. But having extra flux on hand is nice for doing rework, because as you solder, the longer you keep your soldering iron on the work, the more the flux burns off that's in the wire. And once your joint runs out of flux, you get that crinkly, nasty look on the top of your wire, or or the board, or whatever it is you're working on. So, in general, I do not use extra flux because it's not necessary. I also run my iron hot as hell because people solder way too cold. I'm going to talk in terms of freedom units. I know so many people that solder in the 600 degree range, and they worry about lifting pads and everything like that because it takes them forever to heat up the joint. I solder at 850 degrees all the time for everything. I don't care what the joint is or what I'm doing. 850. It could be the tiniest wire, it could be the biggest wire. 850. Dwell time is the enemy of electronics here. Dwell time is the amount of time that you're on the joint. I think I might have to redo that, or at least get it centered up a little bit better than how I have it. Seems like my wire is in the way. So here I'm going to be burning off the extra flux that's in there, so it may make the joint look kind of crappy. If it does, we can dump some more flux in it. Let's be smart about this. Try to be smart about this. I don't think this is being smart about this. Come on. Work holding is always a pain in the ass for me on these things. There we go. That ought to be better. The jaws are PET G on this. So they do melt, but they're easy to replace. I think the next ones I'm going to kick out are going to be ABS, just to get a little more temp protection, or maybe polycarbonate. So there's one. We'll let that guy chill for a little bit, literally. Blizzard 420 all day. Yeah. I wish. Ah, this wire's getting hot. Let's see. Heiko FX888D. That's a great soldering iron. That's what I normally use when I'm building, and I'm not trying to show you guys what I'm doing. I'm just out of outlets over here, and I like to prove to people that you don't need an expensive soldering iron. You can use this cheapie. Not that that's a cheap soldering iron, but you know what I mean. It's cheaper than most. Cut that way too long. Yeah, there's a certain point. It just needs to be temperature controlled. Seems to be kind of like the barrier to entry for being a useful soldering iron. The ones that use resistive heating, where it's like as the temperature goes up, the power output goes down. Like, what you would find at Home Depot or Radio Shack. Radio Shack doesn't exist anymore. So the things you kind of want to avoid. I think of a good way to hold these stupid things. Let's try blue tack. That was a bad idea. Still melted the blue tack, but that's a lot easier to get off than molten petchy. There's still a Radio Shack here in Mobile. Guy looks like he bought all the other Radio Shacks and all the Blockbusters, but there is an actual Radio Shack here. There we go. We got our power connectors. They're basically the same length, which is kind of ideal. Get our base plate here. I got to make sure I don't stab myself in the stupid soldering iron. It's like right there. I know I'm gonna. So I'm gonna come off positive on this side, negative on this side. And just like that, these pads obviously all pass through each other. So let's go tin this sucker up. And I'm just turning the work to make it easier for me. And so I can keep it all in frame here. Again, a little bit of solder on there just so we have a thermal bridge. These are some monster-ass pads. And I assume they're going to take a while to heat up. Let's go ahead and pin this guy down. I'm just preheating the board for the most part. I always start with the positive. The negative usually has a larger mass on the ground plane. So if you start with negative, it usually takes a long time to heat the board up. Whereas there's typically less actual copper mass on the positive side. So by doing positive first, you're going to get a solder joint faster, and you're also preheating the board, which makes it solder faster to the negative. Just observation, kind of a pro tip. Just a tip, mind you. So there we go. We got positive done, and the negative should be pretty well heated. Hope you guys can hear me all right. I'm not speaking directly into the microphone. I need to kind of move where it's at. There we go. A lot of surface area on those things. There we go. Oh, let's see. Looking through the chat here, just see what's going on. Still got the shack. I still got the shack. Yeah, still got one. And they're useful. So much stuff. So I'm putting the clamps on there, and I'm kind of resting it on the frame. It's still touching the pad, but the idea is once this thing's hot and I have solder flowing, this thing's acting as a third hand. Once this thing is flowing and I've got enough solder in there, I'm going to use the tweezers to kind of train it into the position I want while the wire's piping hot, and I don't want to touch it by hand. So that's a tip technique for you. Should have got into this faster. The board's lost a lot of its thermal, or a lot of its heat. we go. And I just need to be really careful. Like, don't move the joint while it's cooling off. Otherwise, you'll get that really weird, wrinkly, ugly surface to it. And if you do that, there's chances there's little micro cracks inside of there. For the hobby, it probably doesn't matter, but an old soldering school I went to, Colonel Sanders would not be happy if I did that. The organization I work to has actually sent me to school to learn how to solder to a certain standard. We are not doing that today. That standard is cleaning everything. Clean. If you ever want to get to that point, I might show you guys here. It's like you're even cleaning your soldering wire with alcohol before you solder, because your soldering wire has oxidation on it. And you don't want to transfer those contaminants to your work. So here I'm attacking the base of the wire and the board. That way I know when the work is heated up properly. Like right now the wire's just kind of sticking. It's not actually taking any heat because the work piece is not hot enough yet to let the solder flow into it. So we're just going to sit here until it does. See, the wire's just kind of hanging out there. Just going to let the iron do its job. Hoping my soldering iron's still turned on. I really don't know that it is. It is. Like I said, the ground pad takes a long time to absorb all that heat. It's just going through the iron, through the solder, through the wire, and then trying to heat the board up. You have to heat them all up together to get that thing to flow. And it's getting warm. It's to the point where the wire will stick. It's just not melting. I probably should be using a bigger iron for this, but make it do with what we got. And there we go. You see now the base metal is taking solder. Slowly. It does cool off quickly. It's just taking a lot of heat. Sometimes wiggling your iron a little bit really helps. Just that slight oscillation back and forth helps a ton to work the heat down through the strands of the wire. There we go. And the more thermal mass, typically the faster it cools off, but on the other side, it could also hold on to that heat longer. So there we go. Negative doesn't look nearly as good as the positive. Again, there with a little more slaughter. Oh, again there. Build up a nice fillet. Honestly, the positive side probably has too much solder on it, but it doesn't look bad. There we go. There we go. She good. That is the main power wires. So the idea is then the batteries are going to go underneath, They're going to get wired up in series, and then these are going to plug into that 12S package of power. There we go. Big wires. Let's go look at the chat. Let's go to the chat. I was always able to stump the check. Yeah, it's you got to go in there knowing what you want. I hate soldering the power leads on. Never goes well for me. Try more heat. Word up shot says solder joint fell on the 4-inch 4S quad. One motor stopped at about 40 kilometers an hour. Can't imagine. I think flying sky. Ugh. Josh, how you doing this morning? One of my locals. Working on rebuilding this one-wheel battery pack that I have. I have a old Weller. I don't know how many amp it is, but it looks like a gun. And when you pull the trigger, the thing goes bzzz, and it buzzes, and it gets insane hot. It's for like major wires. Like I've done like hot gauged wire with that thing, and it does it quick. Why are the ESC holders vertical? Because that's the way they are. ESC holders are vertical because there's really no space on the arms for the ESCs because the ESCs are that big. So putting them vertical, they get good airflow, and then run them out to your motors. It's not really a better place to put them. That's kind of the way Catalyst Machine Works designed it. So typically when I build a quad, I work from the outside in. I usually put the motors on the frame, then I put the ESC in the middle, and then I run the wires to the ESC. This, I'm probably going to do that the opposite way. I'm probably just going to run an arbitrary length of wire off the ESC, something that I think that will be longer than it needs to be, and then install them in the holders, and then run the wires and trim them to the length. Yeah, pull the triggers and pull the trigger and the lights dim in the house. That's basically how that goes. All right, so this wire, this was 10 gauge wire. I'm gonna go with a 12 gauge wire for the ESCs. Probably overkill, but whatever. Don't care. Let's see. Let's get some of this wire out. So I'm just going to kind of eyeball the wire lengths that I need. Positive on the bottom, positive here. I'm going to stick an arm in place just to get a rough idea of where everything's going to be. Make sure I'm not going to get impinged by the arm, which I'm not, which is great. So that's going to be a pretty stinking short run right there. It's maybe a, what, inch of wire, if that. My vise. So last week I went and conformal coated all of these. I know I'm going to burn through the conformal coating, but I'm going to reapply it again when I'm done. That initial run of conformal coating was to just coat the things I'm not going to be able to get to once they're installed. There are some capacitors that need to go on this. I will put those on later. Just working on the focus. Just waiting for the soldering iron to wake up. I wish the TS1 or the 888D had some sort of like sleep timer on it. There's been a couple times where I've come down in the morning and been like, ah, damn it, I left the iron on all night long. I actually had a sticky note on my light switch that says, turn the iron off, you idiot. So I was doing it so many times. They don't make a 12S smoke stopper. Well, I don't think they do anyways. So, if you are unsure of your soldering ability, this is not the job for you. This everything's $100. ESC $100. Motor $100. PDB $100. Everything is $100. So it's not something I want to be just frying components due to my incompetence with. Let me show you what I'm talking about with the wire. So just cut a chunk of wire off the roll. I'm gonna get some isopropyl alcohol. These little pump bottles, these are awesome for soldering. It's a little, they're made by Menda. You just kind of, and it dispenses alcohol. So we're gonna take that wire. We're gonna just go ahead and clean it up. You hear that squeaking? That's when you know you got it clean. And then you can see there is all oxidation that was on that soldering wire. So you would not want to transfer that to your work, depending on the quality of a soldering job you want to do. And since this is the part I was holding on to, you fold that over and you know that this is your junk end. And you don't touch the rest of the wire. The wire is noticeably shinier than it used to be. That little sponge soaked in water on your soldering iron, throw that thing in the trash. All it does is transfers contaminants. You should not be using it. You should be cleaning your tip with isopropyl alcohol. That is what you should be cleaning your tip with. You should also be coating your tip with clean solder when you put your iron down. Keeps the oxygen off it so it doesn't oxidize. Put this guy aside. Tin up some wire. Again, don't over twist your wire. There you go. Cleaned off with some alcohol. To be honest, this actually solders a little bit better with the clean wire. Like, I can tell the difference. There we go. That's 2 pre-tinned wires. Let's see. Timer outlet. What I'm talking about there. Envy says I teach soldering classes. Cool. Where do you teach at? I've let's see. I'm not done with the chat. I'm just not focusing so much on it. If you do need to get a hold of me or you want to ask a question, you gotta type at tweetfpv. So I learned National Labs. All right, so I learned how to solder at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base through their program. I probably forgot a bit of what I learned there. Now, you learn the right way and then you learn the practical way, because when you learn on the bench, that's all well and fine, but when you're upside down working in a center console of a helicopter trying to solder a wire that's the size of a hair, some of that stuff goes out the window. You've been there, yeah, I bet. It ain't going to space. Ooh, them shits is hot. Silver has less resistance to batteries. Never soldered with solder. Oh, well, I mean, I've done silver braze, but I've never like done electronic soldering with silver. Looks like the Voron's done with its print. That red wire is going to be annoying to install. Actually, before I bother soldering this up. It's been so long since I've done individual ESCs. Like, I totally forgot I gotta run signal wires. It's been so long. Let's see. I gotta get some wire. I think 22 gauge would probably be just fine. Got all these boxes of silicone wire that, of course, they never come out of the frickin' holes where they're supposed to. Ugh, I hate these things. What a mess. I really don't like this silicone wire. I think the jacket's way too thick on it for the gauge. Stupid spool in a box bullshit. Alright. Done with that crap. Sorry about that, guys. I am just done dealing with this dumb bullshit. So you get that spool of filament that's just so tangled up, you just throw it in the trash. Just done with it. Done messing with it. Yeah, Morton, exactly. Do you ever used fire extinguishers in your lab? I don't know if I can help it. Well, like, how is that ever gonna work? Like, it's... What the frick? Yeah, this is good content here, guys. Just watching man get frustrated with tangled wire. This is like coming back after the wife says, "Hey, I helped stack firewood." Like, oh, fuck, really? Let's just spend all day fixing wire spools. All right. Let's try this again. I mean, I like the box. This stupid box it has its uses. But for frog snacks, God, this is miserable to deal with. I know, somewhere there's some poor Indian kid that can't even get wire imported to his country without custom stealing it. I know. But still, it doesn't change the reality of things. I hate this wire. I think this is garbage wire. The jacket is far too thick on it for the gauge of actual conductors that are on the inside of it. Far too thick. But I don't know what's better or who makes something better or more appropriately sized. Or that's readily available that I can get in a day from Amazon is really what it comes down to. Get your ass back in the frickin' box. At this point, I'm like, man, I should just bought the Bind and Fly one. No, not really. Motherfucker, get back in the goddamn fucking spool. You gotta be kidding me. I went up the wrong side of the box. Gonna break something. There's two types of people out there. The people that run toilet paper overhand and ones that go underhand. The ones that go underhand are wrong. It's because I have a cat in the house. Well, you're wrong because you got a cat in the house. I don't know what happened to the culture of people where all of a sudden now it's hip. Everybody talks about how much they love cats all of a sudden. Fuck cats. They belong outside eating rodents. They don't belong in a house. Sorry, folks. We're past noon. We're going to get to the sweary part of the stream. So if there's kids in the room, sorry. I think it's become fashionable to speak about how weak you are. Not you, but people as a society. I don't talk to a single person I work with that tells me they had a decent childhood growing up. Everybody always has to talk about how horrible their childhood was, whether it was or wasn't, but it seems like it's you got to talk about how hard life was. I had a decent childhood. I had a good upbringing. I'm proud of it. I've never heard so many people talk about how proud they were of the fact they don't know how to change a tire or the oil in their vehicle. I don't know what's going on with people. Oh yeah, I love my cats and I love my dogs. But cats belong outside. IMO. Seeing as these... Well, one of them's gone. Oh, the other one saw me throw the box, so she ran away in terror because she's such a skittish dog. Come on. Giving it right. And I'm like, you're probably not wrong. Probably not wrong. I have probably 5 cats, 5.5. One of them's a stray that has been consuming more than his fair share of food. I like my cats, but I do go on strike with those guys. I was edging in the backyard, clean up the weeds, and there's a mouse in front of me. The mouse is sitting there staring at me like, what's up? I look over and there's 3 cats laying in the grass. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? I didn't feed those bastards for like 2 weeks. Like, screw you. You need to earn your keep. Granted, I don't make the dogs earn their keep. But don't tell the cats that. I have one cat that if he's hungry, he will follow you down the driveway. He'll walk a foot in front of you, stop, turn. Call it doing the crazy Ivan. He'll walk, turn. Make sure you're there. He'll get under your feet, and he will direct you to the food bowl to show you that it's empty. So I walk to the food bowl, and then as soon as I get to it, I break right and go into the house. And I'll see him at the window just like, what are you doing? Feed me. You must not have understood.
Yeah, these niggas all square like Irvin. Yeah, we grew up in the hood, no suburbans. If I say I need my money, then it's urgent. Yeah, they want me to quit. Yeah, they want me to.
So we got ground signal and telemetry here. There's our ground wire. I forgot that signal and telemetry, not ground power and telemetry. So go ahead and buck off a couple extra pieces here. You technically, yes, only need signal, but APD very strongly recommends running the ground. Plus, you know, I'm running this at 12S, so there's probably going to be some noise. I'm going to go with what APD recommends just because the possible result of just putting in just the signal wire and not doing the ground is expensive if it goes wrong. So I'm going to do the ground. And signal, I am unsure if I want to do the telemetry wire. I don't think it's really necessary. What do you guys think? I don't change my oil anymore. It's not cost effective to do so. No, it's not, but I don't trust the people that do the oil changes because I've had bad experiences. We'll put it that way. I figure if I'm doing this, I might as well run everything. I do use RPM filtering, but you don't need telemetry for that. That is carried over the signal wire in bidirectional communications. I don't know what the purpose of telemetry is. I don't know. Should I run it or not? It seems like it's a big pain in the ass. I don't use ESC telemetry for anything in other quads. Lobart says I'm going to storage charge after my fun day. I think I need another 2 balance boards to do this. Lawrence, do you have one of the ISDT dischargers yet? I guess that is the hot ticket. Yeah, I think I'm gonna skip it, guys. I don't think there's really gonna be a necessary reason for it. I'm gonna skip it. So all we have is ground and signal there. And even then, ground, I mean, literally, I could just do that, and it should be the same thing. But they do recommend running it, and I think they do recommend also twisting the wires too. Everybody I talk to ever uses AMSOIL always says, "Oh yeah, my shit blew up like right after I used it." Like, I don't know a single person that's like, "Oh, AMSOIL, I swear by that stuff." Like, the people who do say that usually are retailers of it or are sponsored by it. I don't know. It's even people I work with are like, "Oh yeah, I put AMSOIL in my car because my buddy on another shift is selling it, so I bought some, and then I had 0 oil pressure the next day." Like, it's weird. Weird. Why? Why is that? Why did that happen? Yeah, I always do it myself. I don't trust anybody to do anything on anything. I don't pay anybody to do anything. I even change my own damn tires if I have the equipment. Changing tires and alignment is probably the extent of the work I'll pay anybody else to do for me. That and pump the septic tank. That's about it. I put Rotella tea in everything because I'm cheap. And I just like FPV, I want the same thing in everything. I don't want to have 4 different types of oil lying around. I just put Rotella tea in everything, for the most part. God, I forgot how much longer it takes to solder up individual ESCs. This is dumb. Why do people do this? Although I would never trust a Ford 120 amp 12S ESC. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying, Lawrence. So here's a thought. With that ISDT discharger, set it to discharge all your packs down to like 3.3 per cell or whatever, something lower than whatever your maximum ending cell voltage is. So then you just plug them all in. Plug every backpack in so they're down below what your normal, what you stopped at in your heats, and then they're all at the same charge, and you put them all on the same balance board and bring them up to storage. It's a thought. Yeah, things are getting way too expensive. I don't know. I don't know if I go back to individual ESCs on a normal quad. Still a lot of work. At a certain point, laziness takes over. It's cost versus convenience analysis. I don't know if I'd buy one of those JB balance boards. You saw what one house had looked like on the underside of it. It looked like hell. It literally looked like somebody soldered up in their house. It was just terrible.
Okay, here we go. Let's show this thing real quick. Display 2. Yeah, this is the underside of that that board that I was just talking about. Yeah. Pretty dang gross. This is that JB Strix board, right? Yeah, each of these. So yeah, these are 12 gauge wires. They're big old meaty bastards. Yeah, pretty gross. Pretty poor craftsmanship. This wire runs are gonna be so short I can't twist them. The this camera, this one here, tends to overheat. So I got a little fan on it when it starts telling me I'm too hot. Yeah. Otherwise it will shut off on me. There we go. There's one ESC down. 3 more to go. Oof, this is gonna take forever. Go. My secret weapon, not so secret weapon for quad building. The 10x jeweler's loop with LED. You can almost tell more about the build quality with this than you can with the multimeter. Almost. I think this is actually more useful than a multimeter, personally. Can you put zip ties over solder pads? Yeah, no problem. Why did you go vertical with the signal wires? Just because they're castellated. There's a little more surface area, so they're gonna. There's a bit more surface area if I go this way with them. I probably would have if they were. See how these ones here have a bunch of copper on the face of them. If this had copper going back, oh, never mind. I'll probably lay them flat next time. Never know till you try. And I don't like the way they look. I think I might change them now. Nah, screw it. They're in. I'm gonna leave it. I might go back and change it. I don't know. Probably not. I thought it might work out better, but no, not so much. I build so much faster than CI. This is not an easy build. I'm gonna fix this. It's bothering me. They look like shit. No way, like way these look at all. Turning out to be much more difficult to do that than I thought it would be. Nah, gonna leave it. Just gonna leave it. Just change it going forward. Alright, next ESC. I just find the first ESC install is usually kind of a shit show. Why's that, Lawrence? What's up? What are you saying thank you for? Talking into going racing? Vibratite is the shit. That's what everybody should be using, is Vibratite. So once I'm done doing all these ESCs, I'm going to take the ESC and the PDB off the quad, reconformal coat everything. So it is all kind of temporary. I'll probably fix those 2 wires once I do that. Now conformal coat it, install the capacitor, conformal coat it again. And the reason why I'm hitting up conformal coating so hard on this is, like, you know, at 6S, 4S voltages, a little bit of moisture on things isn't probably going to cause any electrons to jump, but getting up to 12S voltages, which if I could do math, I'd tell you what they would be right now, but I don't math well. There's a higher chance of stray stuff making electrons go burr. Oh, okay, yeah, the X-Lite. So if you guys didn't catch the video I did where it was Express LRS and everything was I think the title of the video. Could have been, maybe not, I don't know. I put Express LRS inside of a X-Lite that was Lawrence's, and it was a fun little project. Those the more I have more PCBs coming if anybody's interested in that. They should be here Monday if DHL doesn't just drop them on someone else's porch. Going back to the previous conversation about how much I hate DHL. It's like literally, they take a picture of it at least, usually. So I've just got to drive up and down the road until I find a porch or a front door that kind of resembles the ones in the picture where they dumped it. So at least there's that. I should do that and still tell them that it's lost and I don't have it. And I know what it is. The lady who delivers in this area, she comes by my house at like 8 in the evening. I have a long driveway, and she must be the scared type because she looks at the driveway and goes, screw it, I'm just going to dump it wherever. I had another delivery person not deliver packages to the house because they could hear dogs barking from inside the house. I'm like, well, your ass ain't coming in the house, so what's the deal? Any excuse to not do your job. It's like I'm inconveniencing them by ordering a package that's being delivered using their company. It's like, glad you have a job. Sure there's somebody out there that would kill to have your job. Sorry, really on the worthlessness of people lately. Yeah, this wire is hot. Yeah, the Row Burrito. Yeah, it's not like you have a job where, you know, you got to look at house numbers to do your job. It's crazy, right? That's the last time I met the DHL person. Like, oh, I didn't know anybody lived back here. I'm like, I don't know. I mean, there's a fucking address on the mailbox for a reason. But whatever. Crazy logic. Again, disclaimer. There's going to be some swearing today. Ow, hot. Yikes, that is really hot. Still hot. Come on. Chill out. Oh, I got a solder ball stuck to a glass on my computer here. It's not good. Oh, this thing's just been humming away at 800 plus all day. I don't know if the stock TS100 will go that high. I think you have to put the Realm firmware on it to get to do that. It's not hard to upgrade the firmware on it. But this one I've been running off a 4S 2300 pack. It's my DJI goggle pack. Another tip, little tip just for a second. When I'm working on stuff and you see that I'm like adding solder as I go, so I got one hand holding the work, and I've got another hand holding the iron. And if I need a little more solder, I'll put like the solder wire inside something like a hole on the ESC, and I'll just dip, dab, dip, dab. You know, just don't take too long, otherwise you lose that flux that's in there. Same thing for when you're working on the frame. I'll take my wire and I'll stick it inside one of the standoffs. That way it's holding the wire up for me, so I can work on it. Just one of the things I do. What temperature are we running? 850. I'm running 850 on everything. I always run 850 on everything. Nice and hot, nice and quick. Yeah, I'll put the caps on after I get them all hooked up. So when you get them all hooked up, remove all the flux from everything. So you can see there's a lot of flux. You know, flux residue. So what I'll do is I'll get everything connected to the PDB, pull the whole thing off the quad again, clean it, conformal coat everything, put the caps on, clean it, and conformal coat it again. I know it seems a little ridiculous. I feel like it probably is. But when you've put as much money into something like this as I have, it doesn't seem that ridiculous. Just trying for success, that's all. Fibertite's good stuff. Yeah, sorry. I'm not like, it's not like the normal live stream where I'm like really reading through the chat. I'm trying to get progress on this thing. So I am not paying super close attention to the chat. Like I said, if you want to get my attention, super chats, or just type it at TweetFPV so it lights up in orange, and I'll eventually come back and look at it. Well, thanks, Ramdaco. Yeah, once you use Vibratite, you won't go back to Loctite. All right. Let's check up. Looking acceptable. Like I say, good. Robert asks, is this going to be DJI HTZ analog or the new Fat Shark? Well, this is going to be DJI. It's going to be sporting an air unit. The difference between the way I do it and the way Catalyst does it, they run a separate 4S battery on the arm. I'm planning on running this off of a Beck. Maytech does make a Beck that takes up to 12S voltage and outputs, I think, 10. So. Let's see. How are they better like that? What are you talking about? Lawrence says, although I donated to the Beast Fund last time, I just sent another PayPal towards you, filling in for the lack of live streams happening. You didn't have to do this. No, I didn't have to do this, but figure this is a darn good reason to keep cracking at this stupid thing. It's not stupid. I need to get this done. Like, it is just taking up too much space for far too long. And the reason why it's taking so long is because I said I would do this all on a live stream, multiple live streams. So that's why. But yeah, I may just thank you, Lawrence. I'll add that to the fund. Thank you much. All right. So that's one of these days I'll get the direction correct on the camera the first time. So that's 2 out of 4. This thing's getting pretty heavy. Just getting some gravity in her, boys. Looks goofy coming off vertical. It does. But the ESCs are wider than the arms, so there's not really a, like you would normally put them on the arm. It's not really any space for it. I like the smell of rosin burning. I'm just soldering through the conformal coating that I already put on there last week. Just burns right off. If you guys don't have one of these little bench vices, these are really, really nice to have. If you want to find it, go on Thingiverse and search for yet another vice. It's probably the first one that's going to come up. Super handy. I know it's PLA, or it's a plastic, and it seems stupid, but I've been using this one forever, and I absolutely love it. Should get a 10-inch and get a 4-in-1 ESC or individual ESCs. Should a 10-inch get 4-in-1 or individual ESCs? You running how many S? How many cells you plan on running there, Freeload Joe? I would say anything over 6S, I would definitely go individual ESCs. Although I think also the availability of ESCs that go over 6S aren't really there. But I think in 4-in-1 ESCs are good enough for 6S in that size. If you're planning on doing like 8S, no, I'd go individual. Just because A, they're going to be more reliable, and something that big you want to be reliable, and B, if for some reason you do have a failure, you're not burning up an entire 4-in-1 ESC, which has got to be expensive if you can find something big enough. Kind of wish I would have went to Rampage. I was thinking, somebody asked me if I was going to go. I'm like, no, I'm not going to go. And I think if I were going to go, I don't think I would go there and actually fly. I think I would just go there and hang out. Just because, I mean, I don't know. Part of me wants to say I wouldn't fly. I would just go there to hang out. But the other part of me would be like, fuck that. I would definitely be there slinging radio grips. Somebody, I don't remember who, but thank you whoever did, pointed out that Mr. Steele is using my radio grips on his Mambo. They saw it in his Tibet footage. They are definitely my grips. I don't think he's using the face part, but he's definitely using the sides and the tops. So, pretty cool. He definitely didn't order them from me. I would have noticed. I'm assuming he probably bought them from Race Day Quads, or somebody bought them for him, one or the other. But he is definitely using my radio grips. So if he's using them, I could probably make the extrapolation to say that they are endorsed by Mr. Steele. Right? Maybe. Not that I give a shit if he endorses them, but, I mean, it sells a couple sets. I think next weekend I'm going to do the crazy grip deal. So I was going to have a new listing for each grip that is the rando grip. It's going to be $5. Same shipping rates apply as usual. It's going to be $5, and I am just going to randomly grab one and send it to you. I have no idea. You won't know what color or what pattern they're going to be. I have a bunch of random material laying around that I got to use up. Could be black, could be orange, could be purple, pink, could be psychedelic mushroom pattern. Who knows? I think it'd be kind of fun. So it'd be a lot cheaper. Not that they're very expensive to start with, but it'll be a surprise what you end up with. I still need to do the that Beck conversion on my Zoro. Just haven't had time. Like I started off in the beginning of the live stream just saying, like, I started a new work schedule at work. I'm literally waking up when I used to go to bed, and when I get home from work, although it's not like a busy, stressful day at work, I just get home and I'm like just zoned out. I don't want to deal with any of this shit. It's just I don't know, struggling with the sleep schedule. My schedule is literally 180 out. I am waking up when I was going to bed. Instead of being the last person at work turning the lights off, I am now the first person at work turning the lights on. It's taking a bit to get used to. I think I read somewhere it takes 1 day per 40 minutes of shift sleep schedule change. If that's true, I'm screwed out to like clear 2 months from now. Oh boy, monitors are turning off. Crap. Things are dying. My monitors are going into a timeout. Let's hope that doesn't crash the live stream. Looks like everything's still running, maybe? Yep, still running, I think. You guys still there? All 37 of you? Thanks for sticking around, by the way. I'm glad you guys are enjoying this. I would hope you're enjoying it. If you're not enjoying it, then a hiccup or yeah. So if one monitor, I think my monitors time out after 4 hours. If one goes off, the computer just goes bonkers. Just all I keep hearing is ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, and as everything's disconnecting itself from USB and whatever else. All good in the hood. Cool. Josh, you gonna try making it out to the field today? Go fly your Cine Whoop. Wonder if it's still packed. Sergio Lopez, thanks for all your help. Wish I could pay you on Social Security. It's hard to effort. No worries, dude. No worries. Nobody needs to pay me. I do this for the love of the game. And, yeah, I would have a good answer after that. But glad you could be here. And like I said, dude, I don't charge for answers. If you got questions, best place, hit me up on Discord. Go to tweetfv.com. You can find the link at the bottom of the page, or in the description of this video. There should be a link. I help everybody until you become a dick. I had one guy reach out to me. Maybe it's got to be 2 years now. No, year and a half now, and he was looking for help on a quad that was flying away. You know, like he'd arm and it would spaz out. I'm like, look, man, it's either your board alignment, props are on wrong, motors turning wrong, or motors signed wrong, or your channel mapping screwed up. Nope. Swore up and down. Everything's checked out right. I'm like, look, man, I'm telling you something. No, you don't have something set up right. It's impossible for you to have it all set right and still do that. Swore up and down. Yep, that's all right. And then he's like, well, now when I turn it on, the motors just spin up and go higher and higher and higher. I'm like, props on or props off? Props off. I knew it was going to be props off. So I'm like, well, put the props on, and it won't do that. It's the PID loop trying to...
RC Ritter FPV just super chatted with 2.
RC Ritter,
They
thanks a
said
lot,
for
buddy.
Sergio, got ya mate.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you. Appreciate it. So anyways, I'm like, well, you know, that's the PID loop trying to make the quad move. It's not seeing any movement, so it's adding more power to the quad to get it to move, and it's not moving, and it's adding more power, so that's why the motors are spinning up like that. He's like, okay, cool, I'll put the props on. Put the props on, and it shot up, and I guess it got kind of close to him. He came back to me with another email, all fucking pissed off. Just let me have it, like... Don't you ever make me do something like that again, put me in a dangerous situation, blah, 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 blah. And my reply was, well, I'm sorry, this free tech help that I'm providing you, if it's not meeting your criteria, basically, I told him he can go fuck off. He came back to me super upset that I would tell him to go pound sand. I'm like, look, man, I have hours and hours of going back and forth with email trying to help you out, and I'm trying to make heads or tails of your situation. You're not being super forthcoming about the information I'm asking you. A lot of like, oh yeah. I'm asking for pictures of things. He's like, no, it's good. So I told him, like, look, man, sorry. And it's the first and only person I've told to just straight up off. And God, he was pissed. Just so pissed. But I'm like, I have spent so much time with this guy, and like, you know, it was on a vacation. I was working with this guy too. Like, my wife's constantly screaming at me, like, get off your damn phone, because we're trying to do family time, and I'm trying to help out my FPV family.
4.99. They
So
said I keep pumping small amounts in, since maybe I'll actually see it fly in person at the club site.
nice, Josh. So it got to a point where I'm just like, you know what? I got to cut this guy loose, and I'm upset. I probably shouldn't have phrased it the way I did, but the fact that he was like angry with me because his quad didn't fly right, that bothered me. So, I don't know what the heck the point of that story was, but I don't know if there was a point. But I help out everybody I can. I may not get to you right away, or I may not get to you at all, but like, especially if you ask me a question about something in a video and it's clear you didn't watch the video, I'm less likely to rephrase or repeat myself based off of what was in the video. Like, I mean, I told you. I've never kicked anybody out of my Discord yet. There's been people that I've wanted to go away. Lawrence, you're not one of them. I'm just clearing that up right now. There's some people that I'm just like, you basically just got to make it uncomfortable enough where they go away. Not being mean, just not responding to it. You get all kinds. I told a guy to F off in the Discord not too long ago. We'll remember that, Teabag. I honestly have no idea who you're talking about, Robert. I throw up some initials. I don't recall. Might have been when I was kind of taking my hiatus from Discord. I honestly don't remember. Yeah, no kidding. What was really bad is a while back I had a Patreon member and another Patreon member getting in it with each other. They just clash, and I'm just like, I'm not going to kick you guys out, but you can certainly leave. One guy threatened, like, oh, I'm going to take my Patreon contribution. I'm going to leave. I'm like, for as much drama as you're creating, you can take your $2, you can go. And you can go. I get emails every day. I get emails every day asking for free quads. And I'm always like, sorry, man, I can't give you a free quad. You can try to win one when I do a giveaway, but I can't just give you one. And then things go sideways really quick, you know, start calling me an asshole, and I'm not gonna support the channel anymore. I thought you were cool, and blah blah blah. I'm like, I'm sorry, dude. I said, I'm in India and I can't get a quad. I'm like, God, I don't know what to tell you. Don't live in India. It's just, I know it sounds like an asshole thing to say, but like, I can't help you there. Even if I sent you a quad, you wouldn't get it. Customs would tear it apart. I did help a guy out way in the very beginning. He was from India and he was looking for a Tiny Hawk. And he's like, I can't buy a Tiny Hawk because drones get confiscated as soon as they come on the border, but I can order pieces. I'm like, okay. He's like, will you break one down and send it to me in separate shipments? I'm like, I don't see any harm in this. I wasn't super busy. The channel was newer. I'm like, I don't have sure, let's see how this works out. I've been talking to the guy for a while, so it's kind of built up a bit of a relationship with him. So I broke down a Tiny Hawk into like 3 packages. He paid for every bit of it. He gave me $20 on top of it just for my hassle, which is fine. I would have done it for free at that time. And he eventually got it all, but it took a couple months, and then once he got it, he had to put it all back together. But that's kind of how things are for, at least at the time, as far as customs go in India, is and it's not like he knows that it got confiscated. He just, or gets notified, it just gets confiscated, and literally, I guess at least what he's telling me, that's all I'm going off of, the Indian customs agents will just take the shit home and give it to their kids. I think it's pretty crooked there. Yeah, Robert, I recognize the name. I don't remember who it is you're talking about, to be honest with you. Lawrence, big news, said HTC posted the goggle will be unveiled at 9 p.m. Eastern time, so that's 8 o'clock my time. Awesome. What time Zulu? So that would be +4, so 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So 0200 Zulu, 2 a.m. Zulu, should be, if my math's right, which it probably isn't. I hope they just take a screenshot of my video and put it on there. They're like, yep, here they are. It's just to fuck with people. I will say my HE0 video got a resurgence yesterday and today, which I am loving. That April Fool's video for the HE0 goggles is hands down the most popular video I have ever uploaded. or the most watched video. It's kind of sad. 1 o'clock UTC. Okay. Or UTC. All right, 3 down. Looking good. All right, guys. I'm gonna run upstairs and grab a glass of water. I'm getting thirsty. Let me pop a clip on for you guys to watch. All right, I'll just pop this on. There's no music or whatever. You can just watch this. This is from my trip back home in December. Be right back.
Drunk, I've never seen you clearer than now. We're flying high, floating somewhere up in the clouds. We're going out of ourselves, can you feel it? Almost like I don't know if it's real, cause when we're doing our thing, we're the wheels that won't stop turning. So take me on a trip, now, trip. Oh, flick that switch, kill the lights. Oh, wasted. City lights are shining so bright. All these empty faces, we don't care about them tonight. We're going out of ourselves, can you feel it? Almost like I don't know if it's real, cause when we're doing our thing, we're the wheels that won't stop turning. I know we're acting stupid, we're being dumb, maybe just a little bit foolish, but I feel so young. Let's go a little crazy and lose it. I don't care if we're
All right. Let's get back at it here. Hope you guys like that. All right, where were we? All right, back to the chat here. Sorry. Borked, we'll see you later, man. Have a good one. You're probably gone already. Ryan Settlemeyer has asked, throwing Happy Model EP2 in a freestyle build right now. I'm wondering about placement. Would it be okay in the front by the camera? I prefer to put my receivers in the front, or the antennas in the front. EP2 being the fact that it's got an antenna on the board. I prefer having the antenna in the front. I would prefer that my link quality in RSSI is the lowest it can possibly be going away from me. That way when I turned around, I would have a better signal on the way back. Proper long range etiquette there. Ramdonko says, I'm very grateful for the help in the streams and discords. It is a privilege and not expected. When I started flying FPV from zero, it's hard to know what you need to ask for. Respect for all things. Yeah, no problem, Ram. Glad to have you around. Glad to have you around. All right, let's get back to this. 3 down, 1 left. That's how math works, right, guys? All right, last ESC. God, I hope these things don't fry when I plug in. What an absolute letdown that would be. To just cook an ESC. So that was an issue I had with that X-Class build back there. Is I plugged everything. Everything was good. Armed on the ground, good. Hover tested in the basement. Not the smartest idea, but hey, you know what? You gotta do what you gotta do. Took it outside to go fly it. As soon as I got maybe a foot off the ground, motor 3 shut down. Just cooked an ESC. I'm like, damn it. That sucks. The thing's only running 8S, and I was running all iFlight gear. So swapped new ESC in, same thing. Got a 1.5 feet off the ground, boom, ESC died. Well, that's weird. So changed motor and ESC. Guess what? Same thing happened. I'm like, I don't know what the hell's going on here. Changed out the PDB, stopped frying ESCs. So I contacted iFlight. I'm like, what on earth is going on? They're like that shouldn't be possible. Not that it's impossible, but that is extremely unlikely. I told them everything that went on. They're like, okay, but it's working good now. I'm like, yeah. They gave me my money back on every ESC, motor, PDB, and flight controller that I had fried. Well, not flight controller, but that, every part that I had replaced or fried in that build. They refunded my money. And even stuff I didn't buy through them, they refunded my money. So pretty cool on them. Let's see, Dub Squared says I put EP2 on the bottom of my whoops near the battery bay. Yeah, that's always where I put them. On the whoops, I put them underneath the flight controller, upside down. Oh, Ryan, if you don't need much range, you just put them anywhere. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, it was expensive, but they covered all of it. I was kind of surprised. And I wasn't doing it through my Tweet FPV thing, so there was no like influencer influence going on there. They were just doing the right thing. Maybe they knew there was an issue. That quad is almost entirely iFlight. The frame, the motors, the ESCs, the flight controller, the PDB, it is all iFlight. It's running 8S. I think I don't like the frame. The frame irritates me to work on it. Okay, I'm admitting that a couple things I said got acidic in the tone and the presence I get careless. Long as you know I come with imperfections when you look at me, you see J-Rod says, beautiful video. Where is home for you? My home, well, that's my parents' home. That's where I grew up. That's in Michigan, just north of Ann Arbor. Everybody knows where Detroit is. It's about an hour west of Detroit. But that is home. Right now I live in southern Alabama, so very, very different. Very different. Most likely it'll just be on it'll be on Facebook or on the HD0 Discord there, Mike. What is this funky icon? Ryan Settlemeyer. I've never seen this in the YouTube chat before. Turned green. Why? What is this sorcery? What is this? Huh. Let's show you guys what I'm looking at here. So Ryan Settlemeyer. I don't. Welcome. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. That's weird. That's different. YouTube's been doing a lot of stuff to make them a better member. Interesting. Oh, Ryan, you are my first member. I'm pretty sure. Thank you. Not sure what that means. But YouTube's been doing a lot to try to become a better streaming platform. A lot of new features coming. They're really trying to put the screws to Twitch as far as live streaming goes. One big feature that YouTube has that's not rolled out to all creators is thank you, I think is what it is. I think that's what they're calling it. Basically, the only way to donate to a creator right now is to do it during the live streams. That's why Patreon, a lot of stuff's so big with YouTube. So what YouTube's doing is they're making it so you can go to any video, like traditional upload video, and you can kick people a few bucks through that, just like a super chat. If you notice, I think Joshua Bardwell has it on his stream because he's one of the larger creators. Let's see. Edoc. No, Howell. Yes, it is Howell. Howell is my hometown. It starts. I became a $5. Thank you. No, anything's fine. Typically, the best place to donate is at tweetfpv.com. There's Patreon, things like that. But hey, man, awesome. Tell you what, Ryan. Let's see. How do I make this right? Send me an email, tweetfb@gmail.com. I will. So one of the benefits of being a Patreon member is I do monthly giveaways on this channel. And if you're a $5 and up patron, you get the entry link when I make it. And then for everybody else, the entry link goes public when I start the live stream for the giveaway. So I got to look into how the memberships work and all that stuff. But hit me up with an email, and I will send you that link, and you can get yourself in on that giveaway. Not that anybody else can't. It's like I said, it's open to the public at a certain point. But it's kind of one of those things, if you're not in that group, then you got to kind of be there to get it. Whereas if you're the $5 and up patron, you get it when I create it, which is usually on like the 5th or the 6th of the month. What am I giving away this month? What am I giving away? Oh, that's right. That's a Beta FPV 95X V3, brand new in the box, no receiver model. So it's a 95 millimeter pusher kind of cine whip type quad. But you do have a cool symbol now. That's cool. That's very cool. Yeah, I do make more money through. So YouTube is a 70-30 split. YouTube gets 30% of everything that comes in through the channel, as far as like super chats, stuff like that go. Patreon does take a cut, but I can't for the life of me remember what it is. Ken Heron does one like this. I gotta look into it. Maybe I can. How am I gonna put my icon there for memberships? I don't know. The YouTube membership thing just kind of opened up for me, and I signed up for it maybe 6 months ago, and I don't think anybody's ever done it. I've never done it before, so that's kind of cool. We'll, I'll have to look into it a little bit more, but thank you. I wish I could gift Patreon memberships, you know? I would like to do more sim time, things like that, but I'm fortunate enough that the weather here is usually nice enough, albeit usually very, very hot, and I have enough space where I live where if I want to do simming, I just go outside, go fly. Or I fly a whip around the house or something. But I would like to do it more. But along with everything else, there's a million competing demands for my time. This summer is going to get very interesting as far as the channel goes. My daughter, and my wife live up in Chicago. They're both going to school there. They are coming home for the summer, and my daughter's staying here for the summer and for next year, going to school here. So, kind of doing the, kind of be taking care of her. She'll be in 3rd grade, so kind of hoping I can keep doing the channel as much as I have been. With the kiddo around. We'll see. I love taking her for race day. Like I just pop her on the tablet and let her sit in a chair, and she rides her bike around a little bit. And then when it comes time to clean up, she's the one I send out to go pick up all the cones. If we cone the track, she'll just run around and pick up the little soccer cone things. Let's see. check out the yeah, good. Yeah, thanks for dropping that link there, House. Ryan says, can I tell everyone House FPV's joystick is amazing. Phrasing? Are we still doing phrasing? Yeah, I sent a bunch of stickers, and I made so they have like black anodized aluminum business cards, and I took all of those and I lasered my logo on there and Rampage 2022, and then on the other side of it I have a frequency chart breaking down all the frequencies, both digital and analog, and also with the IMC frequency management protocols, like depending on how many people you're flying with, type thing. So I gave him about 100 of those to give out, I think. That's funny. Didn't catch how that sounded. Oh, the doggos are back. I think it's time for treats. They're good pups. Kind of worthless though, but today's gerbil day. I gotta clean the cages. Yeah, we got down to about 10 minutes. My wife assures me she's still trying to find new homes for them. I think she's lying to me. I don't think she's telling me the truth. Going through a lot of solder today, guys. A lot of solder today. Really should be using larger size solder, but no. Just use what I got. Don't let Richard Gear hang out. I gotta watch myself on the Discord. I often forget that there might be youngsters in there. We get into some topics that they shouldn't be learning about through us. Yeah, things got interesting the other night. Oh no! Shut up. My voltage alarm is going off on my battery here. I'll tell you what, this Sequire knockoff hot soldering iron is it's pretty impressive how well it works. Especially like, you know, the Hacko 88D is far more expensive of a soldering iron, but I'll tell you what, this thing just holds its own. It really works well. If you don't have a set of grips for your soldering iron, you should get a set. Oh, but tweet, where can I find those? Tweetfv.com or racedayquads.com. Thank me later. I know, I'm not using them on my soldering iron, but it's for a good reason. It doesn't fit in this case that I have for it. The grips on it. Oh yes, Family Guy ever tips and grips for the TS100. Go to tweetfv.com. Yeah. And then you can find them there. They're awesome. They are absolutely awesome. Out of all the grips I've made, I honestly think they're probably the most useful ones for everybody, especially for like this type of soldering iron. All right, I think we are done soldering this garbage up. So we'll do some, do a little bit of a tech talk here. So when you're done soldering for the day, let me turn this back on to autofocus. Wrong button. Menu, focus, menu, focus. Auto. Okay, so when you're done soldering for the day, go ahead and hit your soldering iron on your little copper Brillo pad. I clean the tip with some alcohol. See, nice and shiny. Nice and shiny. Go ahead and turn your soldering iron off and hit it with some solder. You want to cover the tip with solder while it's cooling down. The bigger the glob, the better the job. Just cover it with solder. And what this does, just let it sit like that. Just let it cool off like this. And what this does is this encapsulates the metal of the tip in solder. If the tip has solder all over it, it can't oxidize because the oxygen can't get to it. So, yeah. Little tech tip right there. So then just let it cool off and put it away. Also, this is the case I was talking about. It's on Thingiverse. It's a pretty cool case. So you use the 6808 bearing, little skateboard bearings, right there to hold your iron. Your cable goes down here. There's a little bit of soldering, a little bit of wire right there for soldering. Packs down pretty nice. The hard part is just trying to remember where to start this wire at so you can actually get the whole dang thing in there and it lines up right. I was going to work on a video, you know, like 5 cool prints for FPV type thing, you know, catchy title. And this is definitely one of them. So that goes in like this. This goes here. Iron goes there. There's space for more tips. And that's it. And then the hinge is literally just a piece of filament that you melt on the ends. I'll leave that open so the iron's still kind of warm. But there you go. There's your whole traveling slaughter iron kit. Real cool print. Real cool print. All right. Let's see what we got here. So we have the 4 ESCs. These were the APD FX 120s, I believe. Yes, 120s. Yes, FX 120s. And then the APD PDB. All slotted up. We left off the telemetry wire because I think telemetry is probably kind of useless in this case. So now, take all 4 of these off. And I just had one standoff here, kind of just hold everything in place. Take this whole mess off of the frame. Oh, look at that chunk of soldering wire stuck in there. So there's our main electronics, which is kind of girthy. Let's see how much this thing weighs. You want to take a guess how much you think this weighs? Freeloader says, definitely do cool prints. Yeah, I definitely want to do it. Just kind of, it's time, dude. I just haven't had the time. Got 76 grams, 137 grams, 2.5 hours later. Actually, that whole thing ended up being 167 grams. So that's two main power leads, 4 of these big old bastard ESCs, and the PDB. 160, what did I say, 164 grams, 100 something like that. Yeah, so she's pretty heavy. So I'm just going to go through, check everything over with the 10X jeweler's loop here. Make sure all my solder joints look good, touch up whatever I have to. Definitely need to fix this one. I'm going to lay those down, and then I'm going to reconformal coat everything, and then I'm going to stick my caps on there. The legs are already pre-bent. Put a little bit of VHB on there, solder the caps on, and then reconformal coat it. I said I'm going to do all this on a live stream, but this I'll just do this after the live stream because nobody really needs to see me slather on conformal coating and then hit it with the get the fuck out of here. So I might have a hornet in my basement. I wonder if they're above the ceiling tiles. I don't know. JB just posted a thumbnail with him in a towel. Hilarious. Where at? Is that on his YouTube community page or was that Facebook? Show us the motors. You want to see the motors? All right, Ram. I'll show you the motors. So I'll do this the way I always do it. Here is a 2207 motor. And then here is a 4220. A little bit different in size. JB's live stream clips. JB's live stream clips. I'm not subscribed to that. Oh yeah, I saw that. He played that on his live stream, and that's not a towel. That's a sarong, I think. Family Guyver is also now a member. Is that what it is? Member? Yeah. Very cool. Lawrence, it's like a Patreon subscription, but through YouTube. Basically, I gotta look into it more. But yeah, how much is each of those? $100. Everything's $100. ESC, $100. Motor, $100. Battery, like $100. Cheapest part of this whole thing's a flight controller. The flight controller is going to be the Brain Radix H7. Member of the channel through YouTube. All right, so that is gonna be it for today as far as this build goes. I need to clean up my little work area there, get all the little chunks of solder and wire and whatnot off the bench before I go and start conformal coating things. I've been live streaming for over 4 hours. That's a lot. Guys, seriously, if you want to be a member, join Patreon. Unless you really want to do the YouTube thing, go ahead. But I recommend you do Patreon. Not only because it's, I think I get more of a cut, but also that's where I centralize my benefits for being a member. But yeah. Anywho, so I'm going to clean this thing up. I'll do the conformal coating kind of off camera. Thanks for hanging out today, guys. I really appreciate it. A lot of fun. Oh, another thing. I picked up one of these guys. With one of these guys. I'm trying to figure out what the hell to do with it. If you guys have any ideas, let me know. Apparently there is a live stream capability to this where you guys can move the camera around. I tried it the other night. It doesn't work. Awesome. That's kind of what I expected out of that, because nothing ever works the way it's supposed to. So still kind of playing around with that, trying to figure out what I can do with it. Oh, Family Guyver, I'm a patron as well. Okay, well, all right, that's even better. Appreciate that. All right, guys, I'm going to get out of here. I am hungry, and I have to cut the grass today now that it's about 90 degrees out. If I didn't get your questions, or if you do have questions still, please go to tweetfv.com, go to the bottom of the page, and I think it's on the right-hand side, maybe the left-hand side, whatever. There's a Discord invite. Head over to my Discord server. If you have any questions, or you need help, or you just kind of want to shoot the shit, go on over there. I'll be live streaming next weekend as well, next Sunday. Be giving away the Sub 250 crate. The video will drop Monday morning. Make sure you guys get on that. But if you're a patron, the link will be on there as well. House, thank you for posting that. I will put this in here. This is the link to the vise if you want to print out your own. Oh, the spam bots are already here. Let's report unwanted content, pornography. Oh, here we go. I think it reports. Oh, I report them and it still doesn't remove them. Awesome. All right. Let's see what else. So we'll be doing that giveaway next weekend. The weekend after that, I will not be live streaming. I'm gonna go meet the wife and kid for the weekend. Go hang out. Go hang out at a cabin that I rented in Indiana, somewhere. I don't know. Somewhere. I'll figure it out. But anyways, yeah. Sign up for Patreon. Doing a giveaway for the Beta FPV 95X V3. And then, yeah. All right, guys. We'll see you next weekend. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun. And it's going to be even better once I get the stupid Beast Class going. I'm definitely going to keep doing this on a live stream. I probably won't stick to just doing it on the weekends. If I find some time in the evening, I'll probably spark up the old live stream thing and do it there. But all right, guys, we'll see you next weekend or earlier. And as always, stay positive. We'll see you later.